All right, hi everyone. It's 2 o'clock here in Singapore, and a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you. And in case if you're joining us from other time zones as well, a very good morning or evening to all of you too. So welcome to GeekCamp 2021. As you can see on the slide over here, right, this will be taking place for the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. So for those of you whom I haven't had the privilege to meet yet, right, my name is Terence Lim, and together with me on stage is Ambrose Chua. And together, we are both your event hosts for this event right over the next 2 days. This event was put together by this amazing committee, as you see on the slide here. There's Poweo, Luther, myself, Vina, Alan, Hongking, Stephanie, Ambrose, and Fasti. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to extend our warmest thanks and welcome to all of you for joining us today. So for those of you who have not noticed yet, right, the organizing committees, we actually have a prefix of GM in our names in Gather Town. But GM stands for Game Master, right? So you can easily identify us in case you need to, get help, you need to chat with any of us, right? Look out for people with the GM prefixes on our names, right? And as you can see, right, this year we're trying something that's really, really different. Right? We are trying out this new experience for all of us. Right? The event is on Gather Town, this virtual space. And more likely than not, if you're watching this, you are kind of likely already joined us in here in this virtual space. So do bookmark this link for today as well as for tomorrow's event. In case you are not in this virtual space with us, you're on the YouTube stream, which kind of works too, right? We are also streaming this event live, right, via YouTube live channel. So in case you're on the live channel and you want to come into this virtual space, we definitely love to welcome you to join us here. This is where you can also interact with the participants and speakers, and also, with all your friends as well. So you know what, Ambrose, why don't you tell us a little bit more about this Gather Town event space?
Okay, so we have 3 rooms: the main hall, the social room, and the adventure room. So the social room is where you can meet other participants and speakers in the space and have conversations and play some games. You can even stand at one of the games tables and then press X to open up the game. And then you can exchange game codes with those who wish to join you in the game. There's also an adventure room. If you go up to the top of the social room, there's a little pumpkin over there. You can enter inside and navigate an invisible maze if you want to try that. But most importantly, we have the main hall. This is where all the talks happen, and so you can find a seat anywhere here. Reminder: do not walk onto the stage during the session. Don't interrupt it. And also, don't stand on the red square where the Q&A mic is, and we'll explain the Q&A process later.
But just before Ambrose talks about the next thing, I just want to call that in case you are watching this slides and it's too small for you, you can click on the top. There will be one that says Terence's screen. You click on it, it becomes enlarged as well, so you can see the full screen, just in case you haven't noticed that yet. Right, yeah, Ambrose, why don't you just tell us more about the code of conduct for this event?
So again, the code of conduct is very simple. Please do not harass other participants. And if you're being harassed, witness harassment, or any other concerns, you can approach any one of us with the GM prefix, and we will take appropriate action if necessary. And next, let's go on. Please follow us on the website. So the website contains schedule and other important information. And also follow us on Twitter @GeekCamp. And then also follow us on Instagram @GeekcampSG, and we are on Facebook as GeekcampSG. And so remember, most importantly, to subscribe to our YouTube channel, where we'll post our recorded videos after the event. We'd like to give a great shout out to our contributors for their continuous support for making this possible, and also to our stream sponsor, ProLive, a professionalized streaming company in Singapore.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Ambrose. That's great. And just before we kick off with the talks, I know many of you are really excited to kind of hear what our speakers have to say, right? I thought I would like to quickly walk everyone down memory lane on the history of GeekCamp. So for those of you who have been with us all along, right, our first GeekCamp was actually held in 2009. Not sure if anyone remembers this place. This is actually the Yahoo office in Suntec. So great memories here. And then, moving forward with 2010 and 2011, this is where GeekCamp was subsequently held in, I believe this was the SMU, right, auditorium. And also in 2011, this is where we actually had it in the old Microsoft, one of the auditoriums as well. Moving in 2012, 2013, this is where we had started to scale up and see more than 1,000 over attendees, right, coming in right, interacting with many of our friends. And this was also held in the Microsoft Office at the same time. 2014 was a very special year for all of us, right, where we are really honored to have Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, then the Minister in charge of the Smart Nation Program Office in Singapore, sharing his insights with all of us. Very interesting topic, right? In case you want to check some of these out, remember it's all recorded as well. You can check it out on our YouTube channel. 2015, likewise, we had it in NUS. Lots and lots of people joining us. Really excited to have many of our friends back here with us today. And then moving forward, 2016, GeekCamp has been very, very successful. We're seeing a lot of participants increasing year over year, where we transitioned from the old Microsoft Office. And then in 2017, you see in the picture here, this was actually where we moved to the new Microsoft Office, where this was actually one of the first few events that we run, right? Is GeekCamp in this new Microsoft Auditorium in the office in Fraser's, it's in OMB. And in 2019, this was kind of our very last in-person GeekCamp event. Also, our 11th GeekCamp, which was held at the NUS Shaw Foundation Alumni House. I'm not sure many of you remember this, but many of you who joined us at the time, right? We actually also were giving out this very awesome plushies as a welcome gift. Really, really nice to see everyone in person at the time. And then, with 2020, this was where with the pandemic kind of hindering in-person events as of last year, we switched to a virtual event for the very first time. In these pictures here, you can see the behind the scenes, right? And also all the events that's live streamed via Microsoft Teams. And then fast forward to 2021, we're having our event here today in Gathertown. Yeah, hey, Ambrose, just before we kickstart with the speakers, I'm sure many people joining us today might have lots of questions. Maybe we could tell everyone a little bit about how the Q&A works over here.
Oh, yes, thanks. So for the Q&A, we'll be using that mic situated amongst the audience. So you can all line up on the blue footprints you see over there. And then when the MC invites you, me or Terence invites you to ask your question, you just have to step on the red square, which is right in front of the microphone. And then you can ask the presenter your question directly. And then once you're done, you can move aside. And additionally, we also have accepting Q&A at Pigeonhole. You can scan this QR code or visit a link to ask your questions via text if that's how you prefer, or if you are using the YouTube stream. And with that, I think we'll just kick off, jump straight in to our first talk for GeekCamp 2021. So Tian Jianzhen, who is a technical co-founder at Site, will be presenting on machine learning supercharged with Elixir. So machine learning traditionally is done on Python and Jupyter notebooks, but a small team looked at issues of traditional way of doing things and the strengths of Elixir, and it came out with an amazing workflow. And so Tianzhen will be presenting on this workflow. And I hand it over to you, Tianzhen.
How do I am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
That's great. That's great. Okay, cool. So, I don't know whether I can see myself. I can see myself. Good. So, we'll be talking about Elixir and Livebook. And it will be a terrible introduction to what I believe is a great technology. Right, so something about myself, just a quick introduction. I know they introduced me, but just a bit more about myself. Like, okay, my name is Jinsen. Most people call me Jay-Z because they keep calling me Jiachen or like Jianshen or something. So Jay-Z. I've been playing with code since 2013, so I was like around 13 years old, and I just really like discovering new and old technology alike. Right, so, and also like just out of curiosity, I've been like the astronomy correspondent for CNA for a while, so that's like a bit about me. Okay, so a bit of expectation setting for today. So I'm assuming that you have basic programming language and also just worked with Jupyter notebooks before, because you will know that why this technology will actually be so interesting to you, right? So about today, a little introduction about the introduction. So what is Elixir, right? So Elixir is a dynamic language that's functional. So there are technically three paradigms to programming. So there's the functional, there is the OOP, and the last one I cannot remember. But it's called structural, if I'm not wrong. The last one is because it's built into all programming language currently, so we don't really look into it. So technically, we only have two, OOP and functional programming, right? So if you come from a very object-oriented background, everything is done in objects, which everything is a model who has properties and which will have like methods. But in functional programming, what we think of is we think of everything as data, and we'll pass data and use different methods to transform those data into what we want in the end. Right, so Elixir is a functional programming language that's built on top of Erlang, which is an ancient programming language built by Ericsson in the 1990s to solve their very, very big problem of not being able to handle the load of what they were doing back then, right? So one of the biggest Erlang apps right now is actually WhatsApp, which handles over 2 billion requests daily. So that's something that's quite interesting to you. So if you're trying to build something that handles like insane amount of like data, Erlang would be something that's interesting to you, right? So Erlang is used to build like insanely massive, scalable, real-time software that requires high availability. And so a little bit on like functional programming before I jump into like how I use this. Okay, so a bit of functional programming language is that instead of writing code that represents data, we write code that transforms data. So data will go into one function, another function, and go into the output. So this can come as a form of like data can be a URL that comes into a function that processes the URL into something else that turns into a web page that functions out and eventually becomes an output of a web page that is delivered to your screen. Right, so I'm gonna jump out and go to the live book itself. Actually, can I get the two like Ambrose and Terrence? I don't know whether you guys are there to like join my thingy. I sent you guys the link.
Oh yes, I can join it.
Yes. Can you join my link? So a little bit about like this entire thing called this entire thing where we're looking at it's called Livebook, right? So Livebook is basically this like, oh my god, is it F12 or F11 to like escape out of full screen? I can't remember how to get out of full screen. So I'm just like stuck with this. Okay, so a little bit about like Livebook is that Livebook is actually a little thing that is built for Elixir data science, right? So Elixir, like earlier last year, they believe the founder, which is Jose Valim, he himself told the world that Elixir as a language is fully complete, like it's feature complete. So there will be no new changes, like no new paradigm changes in like how the languages is designed, or as far as he knows lah, which is like, you know, like Python had a huge shift from like 2.0 to 3.0 where it broke almost everything. So according to him, he doesn't want something like this to happen. He wants that Elixir is more or less a complete language. So I'll go down line by line, right? So like Elixir is like a very functional programming language built on top of like, so it's been successfully used in web development, which uses the Phoenix framework. This is actually a giant Phoenix page, by the way. Embedded software, data ingestion, and multimedia processing. So Discord, Pinterest, and Pepsi are one of the few like companies using Elixir like on what large scale. So Discord for the longest time has been like one of the biggest like advocates for Elixir as a language because they really use it to like do real-time software really well. Right, so how do I, yeah, so like this, if you guys have played with like Jupyter notebooks, this will be very familiar to you guys because this is basically just the Jupyter notebooks, but much prettier. But also, right, so when I prepared this presentation, so Livebook is such a new technology. When I prepared this presentation, they were still having the initial discussion to whether Livebook will ever support Python. So back then, I was crossing my fingers that it might support Python. But like around 2-3 days ago, they basically came back and said they decided that like this entire system that relies a lot on like functional programming languages will not support Python because Python is inherently not like type safe, not there's a lot of reasons why. They gave a whole list of reasons why they will never support Python, which I'm like, okay, cool, which means if you guys ever want to use this very, very nice thing, it will only ever be used in Elixir. So yeah, in OOP we use models as metaphors and analogies. In functional programming, you take data and endlessly transform it into what we want, right? So this is a quick example. So yeah. How do I get the evaluation to start again? Start. Pipe operator. Okay, so Give me a name. Ambrose. Right. So if I were to like take Ambrose, and it will just return Ambrose, right? Right. So if I were to pipe it in, right? So this is the pipe operator, right? So something in functional programming language we use a lot is still piping, right? So we can do a string dot trim. So actually, you know what? String dot trim only makes sense if I have like a lot of like trim, right? Right. So it still be Ambrose, right? Then I can give it another string dot is it upcase? Upcase. Right. Then we can pipe. We can keep piping this. We can keep piping this, and then we can go to like string dot downcase. I think you get the idea of like how this entire like functional programming language works. It's basically you can pipe a data from one function to another function to another function to eventually get to what you want. So this is just a very simplified like idea of what we are doing. Another great thing about like Elixir is immutability, right? It's inherently immutable, where the thing, so immutability in Elixir is very weird. Immutability in most other languages means that you literally can never change the variable once it's set. But that's not what it means in Elixir. You can reassign a variable, but it just means the data is safe in transition, right? So when it's moving from one point to another point, it's safe, right? So okay, then the next thing we'll be talking about will be Jax, right? So Jax is this little library that Google developed. A lot of people are speculating whether it's going to replace TensorFlow or not. I don't think so, but you know, but basically, like when you look into the Jax documentation, it's over here. So if you look in the Jax documentation, can I like get out of like full screen? How do I get in the full screen mode? Okay, there you go. So if you look at Jax, right? Ah, crap! I don't want to exit this. Get back. So if you look at Jax, right? If you look at the Jax documentation, it does actually talk a lot about like how it's like. Oh, by the way, TensorFlow and Jax are like doing very similar thing, but Jax is an experimental platform trying to use the GPU and TPU more to do like very like specific like calculations, right? And what Jax really does very well in Python is they tried really hard to use Python to become a functional programming language, to which Jose Valim and a few other people came together and just took a look at it and was like, we can do this in an actual functional programming language, right? So they tried. So that's where Exxon started, right? Exxon as a project started from there because they realized that, hey, we can actually use the entire XLA and Autograph to like create this new thing, right? So yeah, I just realized I'm like talking in circles. I feel like I should like start talking about like how it actually is. So why we talk about Jax, right? Jax plays around in pure function, right? So like they really try to make Python very functional. So if you look at how they do it, it's really just passing it into like they're trying to make it immutable as well, which is like you cannot like reassign it properly, like item assignment. Okay, so Ambrose, are you in the connected users? Can you join me? Can you join me? I just want to show one last thing. That's all. So one thing that makes Livebook so fascinating to me is that it's just how Livebook was implemented. There was a lot of pain points that like they decided to like kill off and when they were designing Livebook, such as like if you were to open up Livebook, right? So if I were to go onto my thing and I were to open up Livebook itself, like where is it? This is the Livebook itself, right? If I were to open this, it's actually just in normal markdown, right? You actually can view this. But if you were to open a normal like Jupyter file, you will never be able to look through it like this, right? You'll never be able to like look at what we just typed like this. So it's pretty cool, like to me. So that's one thing. And also the other thing is it's because it's literally supported in text, right? You can actually have a Git. You can actually use Git to like do proper version control. Change your name, eh? Change your name. Can change your name. Come. Yay, okay, come. Can you click on this? Let's type something together. You type something. How about you type something? Can you type something? Yes. Really honestly very cool that like data science can be done this way, which is a very like by the way, if you're wondering, this is localhost. So we are doing all of this in localhost. So all of this is in localhost, and this is localhost collaboration, which is pretty cool and like something that I don't think Jupyter will ever be able to catch up to. But yeah, there are ways to do it in like Jupyter Notebooks and Python. I feel I'm just making this entire presentation about like why this is better than Python, which is not the point. The point is like you should be able to like appreciate that another technology and other technology exists for like data science as well. It's not just a Python world, right? So a little project. Let's go to do a very, very simple project. Hey, like, okay, gonna do something. Let's pipe in something. Pipe it in, pipe it in, pipe it in. I think there's a enum.split, but okay, just do upcase, just upcase everything. Yay. Control enter. Yay. So he can be typing the entire thing, and yeah. So let's do the most simple project in like data science, right? Which is the MNIST data set, right? This is like the hello world of the machine learning world. If you ever take a AI class ever before, this is actually the first thing they tell you to do. I remember this when I was doing it in my school. So we're gonna walk through doing this in here. By the way, like since like Axon is actually designed to do like gradient calculation faster, so it's actually not a very good presentation to like show this, but I just realized that if I were to go deeper into what the Axon is actually really, really good at, it'll be a much more complex like topic to talk about. So first look into this neural network is that we'll look into like how this data set is, right? It's basically a bunch of like handwritten characters from 0 to 9. And I cannot remember how many it is, but I think there's there's over 60,000 training images, plus another 10,000 test images, right? So it was assembled by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, or in the MNIST, in the 1980s, and basically everyone has been using this as a hello world for like AI, right? So if you want to like really look into how this works, there's a YouTube video. By the way, this entire Git repo is online. I'll send it to Ambrose later on, or somewhere. I'll send it in the chat later, okay? So because of how like the entire setting up of the entire, what's that called? Livebook requires to set up Elixir, and I know that's actually a pain for Windows users. It's actually super easy for like Mac users, but it's insanely a pain for like Windows users. So I created an entire like README to set it up. So one pain point and a lot of like data science for Python especially is really like versioning your libraries, right? So how Livebook decided to do, how like Elixir decided to do is that instead of actually just doing it in a requirement.txt file, it actually live installs every single time when it installs the packages that you says you want directly in here. So we'll literally go to GitHub and fetch the libraries that you need. That is like to me like it's a better compromise than actually just like assuming everyone is gonna have the exact same environment as you are, right? So run this. It will take a while to run. Actually going to download things. So yeah, it's done. So yeah, so like once it's downloaded, so actually you know what? I can restart the entire session. Wait, let me just how do I restart the entire session? Never mind, it's fine. So a bit of into like numerical Elixir, which is basically the NumPy of Elixir world. It's essentially, yeah, exactly what I said, just NumPy of Elixir world, right? So if you've seen NumPy before, you'll be familiar with this. I think one of the design goals of like NX and the design goals of Axon was to make it as similar as possible to the rest of the data science world, so that like it's not that difficult to like transition, right? So another thing we'll be doing is we'll be transforming the data that we have, which is the MNIST data set. This data set, we're going to transform it. We're going to transform it into something usable. So we'll be doing it to like typing it. Like if you guys are really, really interested of like how this does, like, I mean, the English is there, but if you're not from a data science background, it's very, very hard to like go through it today. But you know, like, so what we're doing is firstly, we're going through the library. We're going to reshape it into like a proper shape that we want. We're going to divide it and we're going to batch it up. Right, for the labels, we're going to do the exact same thing. But so this is the images, this is the labels. Okay, moving on. Cool. So then finally, we're gonna like do a proper download. Okay, cool. It's evaluating. Yay. Cool. I think this is a 5. Is this a 5? Ambrose, is this a 5?
I think so.
I think it's a 5.
I can't tell.
I can't tell. Right, because there's a lines across it. Right. So to design the model, the data science model for this, right, it's actually just pretty similar. If you guys come from like a TensorFlow background, this syntax is very, very similar. Because like when I started learning like Exxon, this felt like I'm home. Because like it's exactly the same, except for like using symbols or atoms. In Elixir, we call it atoms. In Ruby, we call it symbols, right? So yeah, so if you run this, this will give us the model data, which is like the input, then goes into a dense layer, go into a ReLU, then go into another dropout layer of like 0.5. I don't think I specified the dropout amount. Dense layer again, and then a softmax because we are comparing between 10 different objects, so we're doing a softmax. So do I need to explain how softmax works? So softmax basically like goes through the different like layers and like try to calculate which one is the highest, then they just select the one with the highest amount. So yeah, so our network is now would consist of two dense layer and a dropout layer in between, which is two densely connected, which means fully connected neural network layers. The third and the final layer is a 10-way softmax layer, which just means that it's a 10-layer probability score summing up to 1, so 0 to 1, right? So each score will be the probability of the current digit that belongs to the 10-digit class. So let's say this thing, it looks a bit like 3, it looks a bit like 5, so it'll give it a probability of like when it's 3, right, it'll give it a probability around like 0 to like 4. Like if it's a 5, it goes to 0 to 8, so you'll just select that 0 and 8, right? So once we're ready for this, we'll pick the loss function. We'll pick a loss function, right? Which is usually for this will be cross entropy. So like an optimizer will be the Adam W optimizer, and then the metric. We want to optimize for accuracy, right? So then we can just model, we pipe it into this entire thing, then we pipe it into the training, then we run it, right? Anyways, we're just actually seriously watching a computer do math. Very, very slow because my computer is 5 years old. How's life, everybody? I've never been to like a presentation where the entire crowd is so silent. So it's terrifying to me that the crowd is silent. Huh? Really? Oh my god. So they can hear me, but I can't hear them. Okay, so technically at Epoch 2, they're already at 90% like accuracy, so just training it. Very slow. You can plug it into like so for Elixir, right? You can actually plug it into many different runtimes. So it can be a standalone runtime, it can be a mixed runtime, it can be embedded to a machine somewhere, or it can be attached to a cloud server, right? So there's a lot of fun goodies, like there's even like stuff that you can like run around. Stuff you can never do in again, Jupyter. I'm just shitting on Jupyter right now. I feel like I'm sorry. This is actually just a new technology. So I mean, of course it has to be better, right? Run, finish, faster. Very slow. Can I say that? I'm almost done. There's almost nothing else. What's happening? Okay, so anyways, I'm just waiting for it to like just give me the okay. Faster, give me the okay. Still evaluating. Give me the time that evaluated. Yeah, so it finally finished evaluating, so it does give me like the entire like what it did, which so 10 epochs lost, and I'm not gonna decipher this, but you know, you can hover over this and see like how long it took. Wait, do they still do that? Okay, they changed it in the recent version. So by the way, this entire project is still very ongoing. So if you guys are interested, you can like actually follow it, because like I think like they have been just constantly been updating it over and over again. Livebook 3.0 came out yesterday. Was it yesterday? So yeah, they have a like sweet website that just happened like 2 days ago. Yeah, this presentation came out like around like 4 days ago. So it was very new. So right, you can now run it on the cloud. So a lot of fun things. Yeah. So where is it? Oh yeah. So finally, after you created your training, you can test it out. Let's test it out. Let's pick a random image. Right. So this is. I'm gonna pick like something else. Wait. You know what? Is this 5? I can't tell. You know what? I'm just gonna check. Is it 5? It's 5. Right. I'm gonna pick something else. It is more distinctively a tree, right? So okay. By the way, one thing that I really truly like cannot like continue, because there's so many things that I keep forgetting about what Livebook does, is that you see the scale over here. The moment you change something on the top, right, you will almost never know what is happening at the bottom for like Jupyter notebooks. So it actually tells you very nicely that, oh, by the way, this is stale by now, so you might want to rerun it. So you can rerun it, and I can give you the new answer for it, which is like 3, which is correct. Right. So I honestly have nothing else to share except for maybe like this entire thing, which is like where is it? I think I created like a long time ago. What's it called? Crap. Exxon. Yeah, there you go. So because I'm interested, I created a giant README for the installation of this entire thing, because it does take a while for like Windows user to install it, because like it requires like WSL and like stuff. So it's running on WSL right now. Right, so it's running on Ubuntu. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think I have anything else to share. I'm just gonna send it to the thing. I'm gonna send it to the chat. Any questions?
All right, let's open for questions. If you have any questions, you can stand at the red square and ask your question. Can you mute? Yeah. Yeah, and then I don't think there are any questions in the Pigeonhole Q&A. So let's wait a while for any of your questions. If you're also ready, if you really just want to type, you can type your questions into the chat on the left.
So, okay, so I'll reply one by one. So I think I see one again that. Can you hear me? Okay, so I think I see one. I think Mata Barista. What notebook is this again? It's an Elixir proprietary called Livebook, right? So it's Livebook. So it's their own project. So it's basically like Jupyter notebooks like this, but it's for Elixir, right? So there was a long discussion on whether like I think on the Livebook. I think there was a long discussion in the Livebook discussion whether to support other languages. Where was it? Support multiple languages. Yeah, there was a long discussion whether to support like like Python or like .NET Core. Then like they came back very recently to say, yeah, no, we're not doing it. Yeah, somewhere around here. After discussing, we realized it doesn't make sense to support imperative mutable languages, because state tracking of like how the cell evaluation works. Right. So now they only focus on Elixir or Erlang. Yeah. So it's a proprietary thing. So you kind of have to learn Elixir to use Livebook, which is kind of sad. Yeah.
We have another question from Vina. How is Elixir versus Helm?
I think like I think both are like purely functional languages, but for me, like I've not very much experience in Elm, but I know Elixir better, so I can only share from my experience of Elixir, right? So Elixir it's more of it's very Ruby inspired. It's very, very, very Ruby inspired. And like to say it's Ruby inspired, it's like kind of like shading it a lot because a lot of the syntax is basically just Ruby syntax. Like even if you're doing like web development, you're actually using ERB, which is like the Elixir version of their syntax, you know? Yeah. Why is just my face? Okay. Any other questions? I think that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Tianchen, for your talk.
Yeah.
All
right. How was the first talk? Hope everyone liked Jay-Z's talk. In case you guys have any questions, we love to continue the interaction. Any last minute questions? I would love to see if anyone wants to go up to the mic, who wants to be the first one to go up to the mic and ask a question in case you have one. Oh, very quiet. Oh, I think there is also another question. Jay-Z, don't run off the stage first. I think there's another question for you. Let me just check the question. Okay, the question on Pigeonhole is, let me just put up the Pigeonhole. Just give me a sec. Okay, someone posted a question on Pigeonhole. Just give me a second. Let me pull it out.
Maybe I can help you with that.
Maybe you can help me. I couldn't find the Pigeonhole.
So the question is how to collaborate on Livebook when on localhost.
Oh, so on localhost, I don't know whether you guys like can see my screen still. Can you guys still see my screen? Can you see this? This is Ngrok. Like, please don't like stalk me. I actually created a password for it so that like Ambrose can only access it through a special link I sent it. So yeah, you can use Ngrok. If you're not familiar, if you guys should be familiar with Ngrok, right? If you're not familiar, Ngrok is it's a really, really cool technology that allows you to tunnel your local host to another place. That's the cheapest and most free way to do it. The expensive way for you to do it is to use what they recommend here, which is to like host it on Fly.io, which is like a cloud hosting service. Right? Two ways. There's two major ways to do it. So yeah. Any more questions? I think that's it. I'm just sharing a technology I'm passionate about.
Thank you, Jensen, for that. I think if you have no other questions, if you still have questions but you want to ask Jensen directly, you can probably find him after this talk. He'll be walking around, right? I think he will. And I think with that, we'll just have a break for now. So, and as we wait for the next talk, which is Passwords Are Old, Use Web Off-End by Muhammad Shazbat Alam, which will be starting at 2:50. Yeah.
Yep. Let's give everyone some time to mingle around and have some fun enjoying the session. So our first talk ended a little bit earlier, and we're just waiting for our next speaker to join us. I believe he's kind of still on his way. So yeah, love to get everyone to just have some fun and meet some friends and play some games in the games room, which is towards the north of where we are on the main stage. So we'll see everyone, say, in about 10 to 15 minutes time. Right, we'll make an announcement once the next talk is about to start. Right, see you all in a little bit. Alright, hi everyone, once again. I hope you guys are all having fun interacting with one another in this very cool little virtual world. So yeah, we will start our next talk say in about 10 minutes time. And I know there have been some of you who actually give some comments about the name being incorrect. No worries about that, we are actually fixing that right now. So yeah, enjoy the interactions with all your friends in the meantime. Hi everyone, I know just wanted to call out that I know some of you have given feedback about the names being incorrect. I believe our GM has that rectified. If you'd like to just refresh your browser and rejoin again, you should see your name updated. And in case you don't, right, maybe just drop a PM to GM Perwil. She will take a quick look into your naming. All right. Yeah. So we should be starting, say, in about 7 to 8 minutes time for our next speaker, right? At 2:50 p.m. Singapore time. Our next speaker will be Shabazz. Right, hi everyone, once again, I hope you're all having some fun interacting with each other in this virtual world. We'll be starting our next talk in about 4 minutes time. Right, so this will be joined with us by Shabazz. Right, so we'll see you all back in this main hall, say in 4 minutes at 2:50 p.m. sharp in Singapore time. All right. Once again, everyone, we'll start our next talk in about 1 minute from now. It's going to start at 2:50 p.m. sharp as per schedule. So our next speaker will be Shabazz joining us from India. Oh, I see someone stepping onto the onto the broadcast area and saying "I love you." So thank you for all the love. I hope you guys are having lots of fun this afternoon. All right, so I think it's about time, right? I'd like to invite all of you to kindly please take your seats before we begin our next talk. We'll start at 2:50 sharp, which will be happening, say, in the next 10 seconds or so. All right, in case you guys want to take some time to have your private conversations, you can leave this common area. You can go towards the northern side of the room, the games room area. That's where you can have private chats. Right? If you'd like to join us for the talk, this is where you want to be. All right, and it's kind of 2:50 sharp right now. So with that said, it gives me great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, right? Mr. Muhammad Shabazz Alam, who is actually also a developer advocate from Magic, right? His topic is titled as "Passwords Are Old, Use Web Auth," right? So his talk really is about building authentication processes in a way where users don't need password, right? It's very interesting. So with that said, I'm not going to steal the limelight from Shabazz. So Shabazz, without further ado, I'd like to introduce on stage. So Shabazz, you'd like to stand onto the broadcast area. There we go. And once you're there, yeah, I believe
everyone.
your
Hi,
screen is also
Terence.
shared as well. All right, go for it, man. Shabazz, thanks, and have a great.
Yeah, thank you, Terence and GeekCamp team. It's really wonderful to be here. Let me know you guys are seeing my screen properly and my slides. Awesome. So, welcome to Geek Camp Singapore. This is one of the conferences which I always wanted to come, and unfortunately, it's not offline. But I'm glad that it's feel like an offline conference. And yeah, so I'm here to talk about passwords in general, and why we think like passwords are old, and what's the future of password, and what's called WebAuthn, and how we can use it, to simplify the UX and DX experience of our application. So Trent did a good job, but this is me, Mohammed Shabazz Alam. I work for Magic. I'm developer advocate for Magic. Magic builds the authentication system built on blockchain, which uses a pretty unique concept of public-private key pair. Feel free to check out magic.link to go in detail, but that's not the talk. We'll talk more in general about passwords and why passwords are old, and yeah, WebAuthn. So the talk summary is to give you a bit of history of password, and then we'll go and understand what are the types of passwords are used these days. And then we'll introduce a topic called passwordless, and subset of passwordless is WebAuthn, and also we'll see the future where the password industry is heading. So passwords date back to Romans, way before Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Google. The Roman military used password as a way to distinguish friends from enemy. Like it backs to the Roman, and it also way back to the Alibaba and the 40 thieves, when Alibaba used to say "Open Sesame." It's a magical phrase in the story of Alibaba and 40 thieves, where it opens the mouth of the cave in which 40 thieves have hidden a treasure. I'm pretty sure you must have seen this cartoon characters like in your childhood. And fast forward to hundreds and thousands of years, uh, enters Fernando Corbato. In 1960, Fernando Corbato and his time-sharing system, which is like Corbato. If Fernando Corbato, if someone doesn't know that, he's widely regarded as the godfather of the modern computer password. He introduced the idea to computer science, this particular idea to computer science while working at MIT in 1960. The university had developed a huge compatible time sharing system. William, you're saying something? Uh, if not, I'll continue. The university had developed a huge CTSS compatible time sharing system that all researchers had access to. However, they shared a common mainframe as well as a single disk file. To keep individual files private, the concept of password was developed so that user could only access their own specific files. In 1970, Robert Morris introduced something called Unix hashing. He was working for Bell Labs in 1970s. He's a cryptographer researcher. He introduced the process of hashing, which is a process in which a string of characters is translated into numeric codes that represents the original phrase. It is a one-way encryption that translates strings into numbers. The actual passwords were never stored on the device, and it's still used in Mac OS and PlayStation 4. Then moving forward to 1979, Robert Morris and Ken Thompson coined the term SALT. It refers to adding random characters to a stored password, making large-scale leaks or cracking multiple passwords harder. But it doesn't stop a password from guessing. And the first computer worm on the internet, the Morris worm in 1988 has happened. And then in 1980s, hacking became an issue. As the World Wide Web exploded in 90s, more and more people began using internet on a regular basis, creating realms of sensitive data and information in the process. Processes like dictionary attacks, brute force, rainbow tables, social engineering, and phishings are some of the techniques which are used to crack the passwords. Then let's understand, these were the history of the password. Now understand the types of password is being used. So what's a password? We can easily say that anything that's a shared secret is a password. A password can be a string. For example, password 1234. Never use this password for sure anywhere. A password can be something like this, looks gibberish, but it has most of the things which is good. It has uppercase character, lowercase character. It has special characters. So it's good. It can be hard to remember because of the nature of the password being complex. And if you know any of the password managers such as LastPass, OnePass, that can help you remember these hard and complex passwords. If the password is complex, it's hard to guess by anyone or not you. So do use a password manager so you don't forget the password yourself. A password can be a PIN code like 1234, or it is not so hard to guess often, but the advantage is that it's often combined with a maximum allowed number of attempts, which is fairly easy to remember, these 4 characters or 6 character PIN code, but usually it is used to access, it's only used accessed by a physical thing such as your cards like ATM cards, phone devices to unlock your phone, and keypads. A password can be a pattern. If you are coming from an Android world, you will see the lock screen, something like this, which has a pattern. This can also be a password. But the disadvantage is that touch screens often reveal the pattern as a dirty spot. You can see over time, when you do the patterns, you'll see on your screen, you'll see the dirty spot, so people can look into it. But the patterns are also easy to remember. So these were the types of passwords we are using, right? But what's the problem with passwords? So like users ourselves, we think of secrets or passwords very specific to verify identity and hand them off to the app's user by various companies. For example, 59% of all users reuse their password across multiple applications. I'm pretty sure one of your password could be to multiple places, where your Google password could be for different application as well. And users trust companies to store their secret securely and responsibly. But not all companies take security seriously. Many companies roll their authentication without the prior knowledge on security at all. And user access the company's services by showing off the secret again, which gets matched with the stored password. Consider this similar to writing your password in a plain text in a piece of paper and handing them off to the application's owner. And they matched with the stored password and it allows you access. But every time the secret is shown, there's a risk of exposing it to hackers. Companies might get hacked and lose your secret along with the user's trust. So 48% of customers never come back after a breach. Equifax breach has cost them at least $1.4 billion. And hackers use stolen secrets to impersonate users to access their vital online services. Hacker uses the same stolen data to impersonate and access multiple apps because of the password's nature of reuse, which most of the users does that. And now this problem compounds more because there are many companies acting on behalf of you to authenticate for yourself. And it is very easy to say now that the user's identity is no longer in your own hand, but it's controlled by a handful of large corporations. Fast forward to passwordless. That was the story of password. It had this problem. Then we have introduced something called passwordless, which is a one-time password, which is often termed as an OTP. It is valid for one-time use, but often expires after a certain time. And it's sent directly to the user. It could be sent in an SMS, which you will see something like this. This is a screenshot from Magic dashboard, how the login form looks like. When you enter your email, phone number, you get a code on your mobile devices. And Android and iOS lets you fill those code from the messages itself. And the passwordless option can be sent in an email as well. Similar to this, when you put your email, you receive an email on your email client, which looks something like this. This is from Magic email. But the Magic email login was termed by Slack. Everyone back in days, Slack has something called Email Me Magic Link. Passwordless options could also be social options. For example, GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab. It could be configured in various forms and UI to accommodate phone number, email, along with the social login. But in all these screenshots, you would see there is no use of password at all. So we are eliminating password from entire internet. We hope to do that. So it's a one less password to remember, right? We don't have to remember password for social logins, but we do. That's the barrier right now, that we do want to remember password for example, like Google, GitHub, just to ensure that. But we hope to, eliminate that as well. So how this everything happens here with Magic? There is no password involved. You can get started with Magic very quickly. If you have your terminal right now, open your terminal and just write npx make magic. As you are seeing it here, you'll see as a boilerplate application runs on the terminal saying create Magic app. It will ask for your application name, and then you would need to select a template from here. So to get you started, use plug and play, which I'll show the demo how it looks like, and also the dashboard side of it. Once you do that, it will ask for your publishable API key and stuff like that, which I'll show in a demo in a bit. But with Magic, in your JS application, what all login options you get, and trust everyone is without the password. One is login with email, which is login with Magic Link option will get you enable the email options. And then another is SMS, social login, and WebAuthn. To get started in a JS application for the Magic side of it, you just need these 3 or 4 lines of code. to get you started. What's publishable API key? We'll see it in a demo, how it looks like and how you can get started with it. But this is a sample application, sample code of how to get you started with email, and this is how to get you started with SMS. Simply put your number instead of email, and I'll show the demo of everything. And this is where we do configure the application for social logins. Similar lines of code, just enabling and making sure that it uses some extensions, OAuth extension, and uses provider. For now, it's using Google, but you can use different provider as well. For example, Facebook, Apple, and or GitHub. This you will see something like this when you want to configure for social login. And then comes the WebAuthn part of it, where WebAuthn is something which is called web authentication APIs, which uses a hardware security module. It was like hardware keys, which is like FIDO alliances devices such as YubiKeys to authenticate on behalf of you. It's a hardware authentication process. Hardware authentication API has lots of specs to understand, but Magic has simplified that step in just these 3 lines of codes to get you started. Once you register, once you do this initialization, we'll show everything in detail in a demo how that works. Just to get you started, it just need webauthn.register new user. So WebAuthn works in a way that first you would need to register your device, and from next onwards, it will be easy to log in using .login function. So let's see a demo how it looks like. Let me bring this screen here, and yeah, so when you visit magic.link and go to the docs and go to login methods and WebAuthn, this is what I was referring to. This is the security key, which is a YubiKey here in this case, which lets you authenticate on behalf of them. There are other authentication services, hardware devices as well, such as Touch ID, what you find on your mobile devices and Android devices, fingerprint sensors on your laptop, such as MacBook. Here you can use those things. So let's try a demo of this, how it looks like, and also we'll see the demo code, what this represents. So demo is fairly simple here. So I'm not sure if you can follow it along as well, but currently it supports it's easier to test on Chrome right now, so I haven't tested on different browser. Let me guide you where it is. Go to magic.link, go to the docs, go to login method, and here WebAuthn, and click on the demo side of it. So once you, how it works is that you need to sign up for, let's say, GeekcampSG. When you sign up, it will ask for whether you wanted to use a USB security key or this device. For me, I'm going to use this device because it supports, it has inbuilt Touch ID. Let me know if I can pass it here. So it's something like this. I touched on my Touch ID. Now this GeekcampSG will be registered. Alongside this, you'll see multiple data. For example, device info. What's the nickname? For here, we haven't used the nickname, but I'll show how you can register that as well. And then we have a username, which is GeekCamp. And going log out, it's log you out. But to sign up again, just use GeekcampSG and do login. It will ask again for this pop-up, for example, to touch your Touch ID. When you touch your ID, it will allow you to log in to your application. And it gives you the similar specs here. Just to understand how the register new devices works, this is the code, what I just showed on the presentation itself. This is to register a new device. Also, we can set a nickname and do a lot of stuff with WebAuthn. So let's see how the code looks like for this particular demo. When you go to this section and click on view the demo code, this will open up a code sandbox window, and this is how the code looks like. This is a React application run through that. I was mentioning these two lines, like if this highlighted text can be seen, but these are just to use Magic SDK and WebAuthn extension. We are using something called PK test, which you can find it from Magic dashboard. So if you're new to Magic, it's free to sign up. You can log in and sign up for free. Once you sign up, you would need to create a new application. I just created one for GeekCamp. This is from here. You can grab this API key. You can feel free to share this with anyone. It's no harm in sharing the publishable API key. You just copy that, paste it here, and once you run this application, this will use your particular device. For example, let me copy this and save it. Hopefully this loads. Okay, for that I need to fork it, but it's very easy. You can paste it here, and this works as easy as you can see, right? And then usual React application, what it does, but you'll see these register and login, which uses the Magic instance and uses WebAuthn module along with register new user, which is a function which you can find more about it on our docs, register new device and register new user, right? And this is how I was saying that you can add the nickname while you are registering your application, right? Registering your device. Yeah, fairly simple codes. Feel free to explore that afterwards. It's on the docs side of it. So yeah, feel free to explore that. Let me bring these things here back. Okay. And yeah, that was the demo of WebAuthn, how easy it is to get you started. These are just the code what you would need to get you started with WebAuthn and Magic. These 3 lines of code to initialize the thing. This is to register a new user, and then subsequent request will be to use the login. And we have seen the demo. So what's in the future, like where the future lies for password? So there's some term called decentralized identity. So I'll walk you through what this means and how this is going to help us. Decentralized identity is a new type of identifier and trust framework in which the identifiers such as username can be replaced with IDs that are self-owned, independent, and enable data exchange using blockchain and distributed ledger technology to protect privacy and secure transaction. To learn more about this in detail, it has a schema which uses, for example, DID. Then we'll use DID method, DID specification string. So this is very much in future, but I'll show what we have achieved till now. To learn more about this thing, you can go to W3 specs and learn more about the DID primer. This is the link where you can find those things. Read more about the decentralized identity. So why is decentralized identity important? As we know that the user trust model of the internet is broken, passwords are bad, and as we are, our lives are increasingly linked to applications, devices, and services, and we are often subject to data breaches and privacy loss. It's so common these days to see our email ID and passwords on various rainbow tables, and the breaches. So a decentralized identity system can provide greater privacy and control over your data. So I'll give you 2 examples what people tried before Magic and what Magic is trying. So before Magic, people have tried something called zero knowledge authentication. A zero knowledge authentication is a key-based model. So instead of users thinking of secrets, which is password themselves, a blockchain-based public-private key pairs are randomly generated to access your application. So it has eliminated the use of password, but it has its pros and cons. So now the users have complete control of their identity. Companies cannot know their secrets or passwords, which is a more secure model. A user can use the same secret to access multiple applications, which is a cleaner trust model, where there are no identity silos in between by different companies. It has its con, like users are likely to lose their keys because we forget our password. That's why there is a functionality forget and retrieve your password. So keys are also likely to be lost, which will log them out for good and lose our online identity. Or worse, those keys could be stolen. The concept of using a key on the internet is too unfamiliar for most mainstream users because there was bad UX to it. And how Magic has improved the trust so far. It has introduced something called delegated key management. In this delegated model, Magic leverages large infrastructure as a service and secure user keys with hardware security modules. And this hardware security module are similar to what we have seen in WebAuthn, the hardware devices like YubiKeys. Uh, this user keys are secured with HSL with technologies that hides and protects user private keys from companies and even from Magic. So Magic is also not able to see your private key, and it has brought in additional pros, which is like Magic provides familiar passwordless auth UX, what you have already seen, and I'll also show what all different options it has. It has brought familiar passwordless auth UX to users, for them to retrieve the keys. It's better UX, and now the users cannot lose their keys. Magic doesn't store passwords and cannot know users' keys or secrets, which has brought more security and trust in this delegated model. And Magic has native support for multiple blockchain, which is very good for Web3 users coming to Magic. But it has its con with Magic. Magic is now reliance on a single infrastructure as a service. When you read our docs and more about delegated key management, you'll understand we use AWS to use their hardware security modules. So what all options Magic provide? Magic has email Magic Link for web, React Native, Flutter, iOS, and Android. It has SMS login, which again doesn't use any of your password, for web and React Native, for iOS and Android coming soon. It has 10 plus login, social login options available. These are the options you can see. And it has more auth features like WebAuthn, which is currently supporting just for web, but we want to extend that to multiple other platforms as well. And MFA is coming soon. And then, as I said, Magic has support for example, Ethereum and 15 plus other blockchain systems. So this was my talk about passwords and WebAuthn and what's the future lies ahead for password. If you wanted to understand more in detail about what's WebAuthn and how we are using it, this is linked to our docs and WebAuthn section. And if you want to understand more in detail about what Magic does and what's there, visit our website magic.link, and feel free to explore our docs, guides, and do join our community where we have 700 plus members right now on our Discord server, where we talk more in general about passwords, passwordless, and what's the future here for us on the internet, and how we want to be the identity enabler without the password. And that's it. And these are the ways to connect with me. Again, if you have your terminal running, just open your terminal and type npx mds so that's the thing. You'll find more ways to connect than this, but these are my Twitter handle. Feel free to tag me on Twitter, and if you have any queries, do let me know there. And yeah, thank you, Geek Camp Singapore, for having me. And yeah, if you have anyone have any questions, do let me know. I think I'm up on time, or like, is it way early? Like,
I think you're on time. Don't worry.
uh, uh-huh. Hi,
Okay,
Ambrose. How are you?
great. Thank you, Alan, for your talk. Uh, if you have anyone has questions, I think Roland has a question, right? I think you can go ahead and ask your question, Roland. Go ahead and ask your question, Roland.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
Yes.
ask your question.
Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I have a terms of service question.
Yes, we can hear you.
The Magic Link's terms of service, this is for user terms, not for developer terms, expressly disclaim all liability for everything. Authentication is amongst the most sensitive parts of a security system.
Yeah.
Is this not a bit difficult to reconcile? Why would anyone pay for a service which is clearly labeled not fit for any purpose at all?
I didn't understand the part like not fit for that
Uh-oh.
part. Like I didn't understand the part not fit. Like I think it's just there's an echo in the voice. I think my voice is coming back to me. There's an echo. There's
I think the echo comes from Roland.
So what I'm saying is
I think the echo comes from Roland. Yeah, Roland, can you
what I'm
pause
saying is
your
the-
video?
unfortunately, if I turn it off, I can't hear anything. I'm not sure how to fix that.
Okay, it's okay. Maybe you can go ahead and ask the
I can't
question.
hear anything. Let's try this way around. Can you hear me this way?
Maybe you can go ahead and ask the question.
Let's try this way around. Okay, this way's better. So the question I'd ask is that you're proposing a service for simplifying authentication, which makes sense. I get that. Authentication is a really tough part of any application. Which makes sense.
Right.
I get that. But the terms of service for the service that you're promoting expressly disclaim liability for anything, which seems a strange thing for perhaps the most sensitive part of a security system.
okay. So like as far as like after the echo, like I think what I understood is that you're saying that Magic is disclaiming that it has a disclaimer that this particular thing is not fit for authentication. Is that what you're referring? And really sorry because there's a lot of echoes in the noise and
In short, yes.
hear it properly. But I think I understood something around these lines, which is saying that like how this is different from what Magic is proposing. I'm not sure if we have explicitly said that this is not good for authentication. Magic is a company which advocate for passwordless, and we are pretty much sure like what we have for our Magic Link and SMS is completely different from what you see on the internet. For example, how it's different from different Magic Link is that for different Magic Link, once you click on your email, your authentication happens. Once you click on that particular email, that's the confirmation side of it. But for Magic, when there's things like public and private key. Private keys. I'll go in detail about what this means. But to understand, if you have more time, if you wanted to understand, go to our docs and introduction sections and security. There's something on these docs. There's something called delegated key management. But I'll go in brief what it does. So it uses public-private key in a way that private key in your hand, like it's your identity, and you should be the owner of your private key. Previously, in a centralized system, the private key remains and where like private keys were like sitting in a centralized server, and public keys were distributed. But here in this case, private keys are sits with you on your browser, encrypted by the hardware security modules from Amazon, and like, you have the encrypted key with you in your browser. And that, when I was saying that, not even because it has technology, Magic has technologies which in not enable different companies to look into your, the private keys. It even allows, like, Magic has no permission to see your, private keys. It has, not even Magic can see your private key in short. But it has different things in terms of email Magic Link. So if you go to our security sections on our doc, you can read more about how the flow goes from, the client to AWS data, like how the data flow happens from client to AWS. I'm not sure like if I've answered that, but I'm pretty sure we have not said that passwordless is what we don't believe in. And I don't think we have any disclaimer on any of our website. But if you have any link there, I would love to see that and maybe fix that. But if you have any link there,
Thank you, Adam, for
I would
answering the
love to see
question.
that and maybe fix that.
If you haven't, if
Okay,
you,
let me
Roland, you feel
let me quote it.
actually,
Let me quote
Roland,
it.
I do think I think Adam may not have answered your question to as what you expected, right? I think you meant to ask about legal coverage of what Magic provides, right? Yeah, so I think you should take that. Maybe you can take that offline with Adam. And I think you should take that. Maybe you can take that offline.
Yeah, sure. I'll be here in this space. I would love to chat more in detail and understand what he wants to do it. Maybe away from the stage, maybe away from the presentation. So yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, if you have any other people with questions, can you please go to the mic, or you can ask on the pigeonhole. Roland, maybe you can step. Yeah, thanks, Roland. Anyone else has questions for? I think someone was asking Roland to get off. Anyone else? I'm checking the pigeonhole, and I don't see any questions there. So I think that will be it. If you still have more questions, I want to follow up on anything with the speaker. You may find him. I think he would be hanging around the event venue, right? Will you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Thank you for your talk. And for now, we are going to have a break between until 3:50. So we have a break until 3:50 Singapore time. And in the meantime, you can all hang around, talk to the speakers, talk to other participants, play some games in the social room, or just chill, man. And thank you, and see you back at 3:50.
And for those who are unable to change your name, and if you wish to change your name, please DM me your email address and your name. I'll change it for you. Yeah, have fun.
Hey. Me big $1 step?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to type in on Twitter. So in case you guys are having a good conversation, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'd like to invite all of you back to the speaker zone, and we're going to start our talk in about a minute's time. All right, once again, we're going to start very shortly. Just wanted to call out that it's 3:50 p.m. Singapore time right now. We would like to invite all of you to get seated, and we will get started very, very shortly. Right. Okay, I know in the on the other room, I think we are trying to get people to come back from the games. I know people are having a lot of fun, having the games with many GMs out there. Okay, so yeah, I hear that people are coming back already. So I think we can get started, right? So our next talk right now, we're really excited to have Ilad, right? Hope I pronounced your name correctly, Ilad. Yeah. So yeah, Ilad is a web developer who specializes in CSS and HTML design architecture, right? So, and besides this, he's also a writer of various globally known CSS articles and also a very renowned CSS speaker. So without further ado, I'd love to invite, Ilad to share with us a little bit about how to create pure CSS games, right? So without further ado, Ilad, would like to pass the time over to you.
Okay. Let me tell me that you see my screen and I will start.
Yes, we see your screen. Yeah, it's good.
Amazing. The coronavirus pandemic has disrupted our life in so many ways. Even for me, that I just started to talk in the physical conferences in the end of the year of 2019, all the conferences, the physical one that came after, has been canceled. And in this situation in life, you maybe can be sad, but from my perspective for life, we don't have time to be sad. Life are so short, and because of that, we always need to think about how to create a good situations from a bad ones. And this is exactly what I've done when the coronavirus pandemic has started. In the beginning, we had a lot more time to spend at home. And in the first few days, I was rearrange my apartment, move everything, change everything, open my sofa to a bed that sometimes I can sleep in my living room, the aquarium that didn't work for 5 years. I put some water and some fishes and everything to create a good mood to stay at home. And then came the first weekend that we cannot go out anywhere. And I thought to myself, what I will do with all this free time? And I remember that several years ago, I created a pure CSS game, which is called Kill the Birds, that so many web developers all around the world loved it very much. And I thought to myself that in the last several years, I learned so many new tricks in CSS that now I can create a lot better one. But I needed an idea of what it will be about. And it was one of the most easiest ideas that I had in my life. Because if we are now living in the coronavirus pandemic time, why not to create a coronavirus game? And this is exactly what I've done. I created this pure CSS game, which is called the Coronavirus Invaders. And everything that you are seeing right now is done only while using CSS and HTML. Yes, for the CSS part, I'm using CSS preprocessor. And even for the HTML part, I'm using an HTML preprocessor. But all the logic of the game, like when I'm clicking on the OMI button, it's opening a pop-up, the logic of the opening and the closing of the pop-up is done only while using CSS and HTML. And when I will click the Save the World button, the play button of the game, it will hide the game navigation and will open the game frame itself. Even that logic is done only while using CSS and HTML. And when I will click some viruses, they will be disappear and the score of the game will go up. Even that is done only while using CSS and HTML. And what about the countdown? No, really? The countdown is built only while using CSS. But before you're writing any single line of code in your own project, you need to think about something that inspires you. And I don't know why I remember an old code pen that I saw that was painted on Canvas HTML in the middle of the year of 2018 with this small creature that remind me a little bit the coronavirus creatures. And I needed to think about a name for the game, and I don't know why I remember the Chicken Invaders, and I took the Invaders word from it and some other design ideas on how to design the main navigation. And when you're thinking about inspiration, is always to take other older ideas and to create from them something else, something new. And the first thing that I wanted to create is to create the coronavirus creatures. And it's nice to see that this was my inspiration, and in the end, I created something different, and I love it because this is my creature. And then I wanted to start to create the HTML of this coronavirus creature. And for me, the HTML is very important. It's not just to take an HTML element and to forward it to an HTML document. No, this is an object of HTML of coronavirus creature, and it needs to be very precise. Then I created this label HTML element with the class of coronavirus, and I put it inside an input type radio. And you may ask why I'm using here a label HTML element and why there is an input type radio inside. This is part of the logic that we will talk about it little bit later. But all the visual part of the coronavirus creature that you are seeing right now is starting inside the body. We have the body. Inside the body, we have those 12 hairs, and of course, is both eyes. But from the beginning, I saw that I have a lot of repetition in my HTML code, like to create those 12 errors, and in the real game, I have 100 viruses. And I didn't want to copy paste them one by one, and I needed to think about a way to solve this problem. And in my first time in my life, I'm using here an HTML preprocessor with the name of Pug that give you the possibility to do the HTML in a lot more smarter way with repetition and variables. And yes, for the CSS part, I'm using the CSS preprocessor of SAS that I'm using in the last 10 years for every one of my projects. And now, instead of doing this repetition, for example, all those 12 hairs, we can write it in a more smarter way with Pug. We have variables, while loop. But as you can see, Pug is being compiled to regular HTML, but it's being written very different. And when you are working with Pug, you cannot write half Pug and half HTML. If you are working with Pug, you need to write everything in Pug. And this means that I needed to update all the HTML code to the new way that Pug is being written. And yes, you need to get used to it. But all this project I was creating in 2 days in the weekend, and I was learning Pug meanwhile I was creating this project. Because of that, everyone can learn Pug. It's really not so hard. And then I wanted to start to paint the visual part of the coronavirus creature. I started with the body of the coronavirus creature. I gave it position relative. Why position relative? Because all the part of the coronavirus creature needs to be according to its body, the ears and the eyes. And to the body, I gave width and height of 100 pixel, background color black, and border radius of 50% to get the circle shapes. To create all of the eyes and to select the two classes, if you remember, I1 and I2 together, I'm using here the attribute selector. And in the same way, width and height little bit different, background color white and border radius of 50%. Because the width and the height are a little bit different, it's getting the egg shape that is nice to get. To locate both of the eyes, I gave both of them position absolute, top 25%. The first eye from the left 25%, the right eye from the right 25%, a little bit rotate it to the inside. To create the inner part of the eyes without adding another HTML element, I'm using here the before pseudo element. And in the same way, width, height, background color, and border radius. And if you are looking what I created until now, is just circles, circles, and circles. To create the corona hairs, and if you remember all the classes between A1 until A12, again, I'm using here the attribute selector that selects me all those classes combined. And every one of the hairs is created from two boxes. And I'm creating them with the before and the after pseudo element. The after pseudo element is the root of the hair, is one box that I'm putting in the bottom, and the crown of the hair is another box that I'm putting up above. And to get the circle shape, I'm just giving the crown of the hair what? Border radius of 50%. To locate all those hair, first I gave all of them position absolute, and locate all of them exactly in the middle, in the center of the coronavirus creature, exactly here in the middle. And now, one by one, with the transform property, I want to put them around the coronavirus creature. The first hair, getting the transform property, with a rotate z value of 0 degrees that still doesn't do anything, and then translate y value with a value of minus 65 pixels that taking the hair from the center to the top. But the second hair need to be top and little bit to the right, in this way. How I'm locating it? Hair 2 will now get the transform property, but now with rotate z value of 30 degrees and only then the translate y value of minus 65 pixels. This way, the rotate z is affecting on the translate y-axis and taking the hair from the top, but little bit to the right, to here. And if you didn't know until now, the order of the value and the transform property are very important because they are affecting each other. And in this way, I just located all those 12 hairs around the coronavirus creature. As you can see here, different rotate z value and the same translate y value. But as you can see here, we have a lot of repetition in our code. And we as a web developers don't love to create repetition. How can we do it in another way? Because I'm working with a CSS preprocessor of Sass, in Sass we have the special feature of for loop. And this is exactly what I'm doing in my real code. I'm creating a Sass variable with the name of start position, and I give it a value of 0 degrees. And then I'm creating the Sass for loop that have another Sass variable with the name of I that is going dynamically between 1 to 12. In every one of the iteration, this created me dynamically the CSS selector between R1 until R12. In every one of the iteration, the Sass variable with the name of start position is getting bigger by 30 degrees, and I'm just putting the Sass variable inside the rotate z value inside the transform property. And in this way, I just now created you this CSS. Nice. But I wanted this creature to feel a lot more alive, and I wanted to add some animation for all those hairs. But I had a problem. Every one of the hair have a different transform value. And it's mean that if I want to do animation for all those hairs, I need to create 12 different animation. And because I didn't want to create them one by one, how I creating all of them in the same Sass for loop. I'm creating all those CSS animation dynamically in the same Sass for loop. And I wanted that this creature will feel a lot more alive, and I wanted to add animation for the eyes parts, and I added 2 animation for the eyes, one for the inner part of the eyes that they will move a little bit, and I wanted to create the effect that the eyes are getting closed. To do that, I'm using here the second pseudo element of every one of the eye, the after pseudo element. And it has a width of 100%, height of 0 pixel, you don't see it, and background color black. Because it has a height of 0 pixel, you don't see it. But in the animation of it, every 5 seconds in the animation, only in the last half second, it's getting a height of 100%. And in this way, the eyes are getting closed. Nice. But enough talking about this creature, now let's start about all the logic of the game. And the first thing that you need to understand is how we are separating logically all the frames that we saw in our own game. And let's take a look again on the game itself. Let's see it. Yes. Okay. The first frame that we can see here is the game menu frame. And this is the first frame that we need to represent in our HTML code. When I will click on the How to Play button, it will open a pop-up, and this is another frame with a type of pop-up. And yes, we can put frame above other frames. The third frame in the same idea, when I click on the MMI, it will open another pop-up in the same way. This is the third frame that we need to represent in our code. And the last frame that we need to represent in our code is when I will click the Save the World button, it will hide the game menu frame and will open the game frame itself, where we are playing the game itself, okay? This is our last 4 frame that we need to represent in our code. Okay, how I'm representing them in the HTML code? In a very easy way, I'm just creating 4 separated section HTML element. And as you can see by the class name or by the ID name, the first frame is the game menu frame. The second one is the game frame itself. The third one is the pop-up of who am I, and the last one is the pop-up of how to play. But when I'm loading the game, I want to see only the game menu frame. I don't want to see all the other frames. How I'm hiding all the other frames except the game menu frame? I'm just giving all the other frames display none. And in this way, when I'm loading the game, I'm only seeing the game menu frame. But now I need to create some flags that they will tell me if something is open or something is closed. How can I create flags without using any JavaScript? If you are thinking about a form HTML element, for example, input of checkboxes, they are like flags. Unchecked, false. Checked, true. And this is exactly what I'm adding in the beginning of the HTML document. I'm adding three different checkboxes. Every one of them is doing different operation. Every one of them have a specific ID name. The first one that has the ID name of Toggle Game, if it's unchecked, this is meaning that I want to see the game menu frame, but to hide the game frame. But if it's checked, I want to see the game frame, but to hide the game menu frame. The two other checkboxes are even more simple to understand. The first checkbox that has the ID name of how to play pop-up, if it's unchecked, don't show me the how to play pop-up, and if it's checked, please show me the how to play pop-up. The same way for the third checkbox with the idea of UMI pop-up. If it's unchecked, don't show me the UMI pop-up, and if it's checked, please show me the UMI pop-up. But those are just checkboxes that I'm putting in the beginning of the HTML document. Opacity of 0, position absolute top minus something. You cannot see them, you cannot click them. And now we need a way to trigger those checkboxes without clicking on them specific. How can I do it? For this, I'm using a very old feature of HTML. The button that you saw in the game navigation are not button HTML element. Instead, I'm using here label HTML element. And label HTML element can trigger any input that you want with a for attribute that can be connected to a specific ID name. For example, the save the world label button element is a label that have the for attribute of Toggle Game. This is this ID name of this checkbox. You see Toggle Game, Toggle Game. And if I will click this label button, it will trigger this checkbox and it will change the status from unchecked to checked. If you will click it again, it will change again from checked and unchecked, and as many times you will click on it, okay? The two other label button the same. If I will click, for example, on the OMI, this will trigger the checkbox that has the ID name of OMI pop-up, OMI pop-up. This is, it will change the status from unchecked to checked. You will click it again from checked to unchecked, and as many times you will clicking on it. But this is only changing those statuses of those checkboxes. Now we need to use this status to show or hide other frames of the game. And to do that, I'm using here two special CSS features. The first feature is the check pseudo class. I can see if there is a specific checkbox that is in the status of checked. And if there is a specific checkbox in the status of checked, I can use the sibling selector and to select any sibling element that come after. And I can give it display block, display none. And in this way, I can show or hide other frames of the game. And this is exactly what I'm doing in my real game. For example, when I'm clicking on the how to play button, this triggering the checkbox that has the ID name of how to play pop-up, this one, this will change its status from unchecked to checked. And if it's now checked, this selector will start to work for us. If this checkbox is in the status of checked, go to the sibling element that has the ID name of how to play, this is the real pop-up, and just give it display block. And now this pop-up is open. Nice. But now you need to ask yourself another question. How I'm closing the pop-up? And it's really the same idea if you're thinking about it. In this specific of this pop-up, the X button and the close button again are not button HTML element. Again, they are label HTML element. And in this case of this pop-up, the for attribute of both of them is connected to the same checkbox, this one. And this means that if I'm clicking on this button label element or this will trigger this checkbox. It will change its status from checked to unchecked. If it's unchecked, this selector will stop to work and we will get the display none that we declared in the beginning. And now the pop-up is being closed. Nice. But now you need to ask yourself another question. What is happening, for example, when I'm clicking on the save the world button, the play button of the game? When I'm clicking the save the world button, I need to do two operations instead of one. First, I need to hide the game menu frame, and then I need to open the game frame itself. How can I do two operations instead of one? And again, it's really the same idea if you are thinking about it. For example, with the checkbox of the ID of toggle game, if it's checked, first go to the sibling element with the class of game menu frame and give it display none. This way I'm hiding the game menu frame. And after that, go to the sibling element with the game frame and just give it display block. And in this way, I'm opening the game frame itself where we are playing the game. And if you are thinking about it, in this way I can do as many operations that I want with the same status of one specific checkbox. This way of written is of course written with SAS. You can write it in two separated CSS selectors, but it's a lot more readable to read and write it with SAS. Nice, nice. But now let's jump for one of the most amazing tricks that I have in this game. When I'm clicking those viruses, they are being disappear and the score of the game is going up. We actually have here two CSS tricks. One is when I'm clicking those coronavirus, they need to be disappear. And the second, that I need to count all those dead viruses and to print a total score to the screen. Let's talk about those two CSS tricks. If you remember in the beginning, I told you that every coronavirus creature is a label HTML element with a class of coronavirus, and inside we have an input type radio. But I also told you that all the visual part of the coronavirus creature are in this div, the body of the coronavirus creature. We have the body, inside the body we have the eyes and the ears, but all the visual parts are in this specific element. And in the game, what I'm doing animation on the label HTML element. I'm telling the label to move around the screen. But because it has all the visual parts inside, it's taking with it all the visual parts inside. And when you are clicking on the visual parts, it's like you are clicking on the label HTML element. And because the input type radius is inside, it will automatically get trigger. You don't even need the for attribute and the ID name in this case if the input radius is inside the label. And this means that the virus is moving on the screen, the label is animation. You are clicking on the visual part of the virus. It's like you are clicking on the label HTML element. And because the input type radio is inside, it will automatically get trigger. And this input type radio will change the status from unchecked to checked. This status of in this input type radio, if it's changing to checked, this is telling us that the virus is being dead. And we need to hide the visual part of the virus. To do that, I'm creating the CSS selector input type radio. If we are in status of checked, go to the sibling element with class of body. This is the visual part of the virus, and just give it opacity of 0. If this is checked, it will go and hide the visual part of the virus. And in this way, the viruses, when you are clicking on them, they are being disappear from the screen. But now I need to create the score feature for this game. How I can count all those dead viruses. And let's talk about the special second feature. To do that, I'm using a special CSS feature which is called CSS counters. In order to the CSS counter to work correctly, it needs to be defined in our case before all the input type radio that we have in our own game. The easiest place to put it, it's on the body HTML element. How I'm creating a CSS counter? I'm selecting the body HTML element, and I'm using here the special property of counter reset, and I gave it any value that I want. I created here the value corona. Now I need to count all those dead viruses. How I'm counting them? Input type radio. If you're in status of checked, counter incrementing the corona value that we created here. And now I need to print the total score to the screen. In order to it to work correctly, the summarize point in the HTML need to be after all the input type radio that we have in our own game. The easiest place to put it, it's in the bottom of the HTML document. Here you can see I'm creating this div class sum. The text score is coming from the HTML, and I want to print after the total score. To print after the total score, I'm just selecting the class sum with the after pseudo element, using the content property that calling the CSS native counter function that just printing me the corona value that we incremented here and created here. And in this way, it's always listening and printing the total score to the screen. Because it's a very complicated example, let's see this in a real live code demo. Let's open the demo. And as you can see here, I created kind of 5 of coronavirus creature. You see labels. Inside we have the input type radio that you can see it here. In the real game, I'm just giving this input opacity of 0. A place to summarize the total score, div class sum. The text score is coming from the HTML. The numbers are coming from the CSS. To create a CSS counter, I'm just declaring it on the body HTML element, counter recent, and I gave it the name Corona. For every input type radio, if you are in status of checked, counter increment me the Corona value that we declared on the body HTML element. Beside of it, if the input type radio is in status of checked, go to sibling element with a class of body and give it opacity of 0. You see, if this input type radio will be checked, it will go to the sibling element of this div with class body that it's all the visual part of the virus. This is the big black circle, and will give it opacity of 0. And to summarize the total score, I'm just selecting the class of sum with the after pseudo element, with the content property, with the CSS native counter function, and I'm just putting here the corona value that we incremented here and created here. Let's see that it really works. I'm clicking on the coronavirus. The score is going up. You can see even the radio button being checked. And in this way, you are creating a pure CSS score for a pure CSS game. Nice and very important trick to create a pure CSS game. But now let's jump to our next feature, pure CSS countdown. How can I create pure CSS countdown? Let's talk about it and see a real live demo code. As you can see here, the numbers are not coming from the HTML. They are coming from a CSS animation that I'm doing on the content property. But the animation is going only between 9 to 0. But here we see that it's going between 99 to 0. What is really happening here? What I'm doing here, I'm using here the 2 pseudo element of this span HTML element, the before and the after pseudo element, that you will understand that these numbers don't really have any connection between of them. They are working separately. To understand that, let's print here the text AA inside, and you will see that these both numbers are being separated. They don't really have any connection. The only reason that it's looking like one integer that is going down every second, it's only because the animation is very precise. And let's take a look on the code. As you can see, I'm selecting the class of count and I'm using the before pseudo element, and I'm calling the animation of countdown. This animation, I'm telling it to work for 100 seconds and 1 iteration. 100 seconds, 10 frames between 9 to 0. This means that every 10 seconds it will go one number down, 20 another, 30 another, and 40 another. After 100 seconds, because it has only one iteration, I want it to stop on the last frame of the animation. To do that, I'm just adding here the special forwards keyword value that telling the animation, when you are finished, please be stuck on the last frame of the animation, exactly here. This is for the first value. For the second value, the after value, I'm calling the same animation, but now in a different way. Now I'm telling the animation to work for 10 seconds and 10 iteration. Because it's 10 seconds and total of 10 frames, every 1 second will go one number down, 2 seconds another, 3 seconds another. When it will finish the first iteration, it will do it again for another 9 iteration, again, because I told the animation to work for a total of 10 iteration. And after all those iterations, I want it to be stuck again, the second value, on the last frame of the animation of 0. To do that, I'm just put here again the forwards value, the telling the animation, after you are finished all your iteration, please be stuck on the last frame of the animation, and let's see that it really works. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and finish. Nice. Nice trick to create pure CSS countdown. Let's continue to our next trick, random values. First, I want to show you why I wanted to create random things in my own project. Let's take a look again on the game itself. As you can see here, the location of the viruses are randomized. Every virus has 6 different locations in the y-axis on its own axis of the x-axis. You see, every one different location. Even the scale of them is being randomized. Even the rotation of them is being randomized. But wait a minute. How can I create random stuff in CSS? You can't, but you can do it with Sass. Because it's a very important example, I want first to show you this in the real code. And you need to understand that if every one of the viruses has different location, this is mean that I needed to create 100 different animation. And because I didn't want to create them one by one, how I've done them, you can guess. I used a for loop that is running 100 iteration and creating me dynamically 100 different animation. For every one of the viruses, it has 6 different locations in the game. The translate X is always the same, but the translate Y, I'm using here the SAS random function that randomizes me a value between 1 to 80, and I'm just doubling it in 1VH. Even for the scale, I'm using the SAS random function, and even for the rotation, I'm using the SAS random function. That you will understand the random function and you will not afraid from using it, let's see another easier example to understand. Let's see the compile HTML that you will not be afraid from it. 6 empty li HTML element. Nothing special. The numbers that you are seeing inside of them is not coming from the HTML. It's coming from the CSS. In the SAS, I have here a SAS for loop that creating me dynamically all the CSS selector between class 1 until class 6. In every one of the iteration, on the before pseudo element, on the content property, I'm using the SAS random function that randomizes me value between 1 to 80 and just doubling it in 1VH. And all those numbers that you're seeing right now are randomized. For you to believe me that they are really randomized, let's create that the SAS will be compiled again. To do that, I will just press here enter, and you will see that the numbers will be changed. As you can see, they are changing, and changing. And of course, that for those numbers to be changed, you need to compile the SAS code again and again and again, and that you will understand exactly what is happening because SAS is always being compiled to regular CSS. If I will show you, it will be just regular CSS. For those numbers to create, of course, we need to compile the SAS code to CSS again and again and again, according that they will change if you want them to change. Okay? Nice. Let's continue to our next trick. In the end of the game, I'm putting the game over curtain after 99 seconds, and I wanted to create the feature that the player can play this game again and again and again. And I had a problem. I need to think about how can I reset everything in this game. I understood that if I want that player can play this game again and again and again and again, I need to reset all the checkboxes that they will be unchecked, all the radio buttons of all those coronavirus that will be unchecked. And to do that, in the game over curtain, the back to the main menu is not a label HTML element in this case. In this case, is an input with type of reset. And this special input brings you the possibility to reset everything. But in order to it to work, the only thing that you need to do is to wrap everything with the form HTML element. And now when this input is inside of it, and you will click this back to main menu, it will automatically reset all the checkboxes that was checked to unchecked. This will bring you automatically to the game menu that you can now play the game again and again. And of course, all the radio button that was in status of checked will be unchecked. And now you can just play this game again and again and again. And the last feature that we need to talk about it. How can I know exactly when to put this game over curtain? And this is one of the most easiest tricks. In the game, in the animation, everyone knows that animation can get animation duration. This is telling the animation how much time it needs to take from the start until the end. But we are often forget that animation can get another animation duration, the animation duration of the delay of the animation. This is telling the animation after how much time you need to start. And what I'm doing here, I'm just giving in the real game animation delay of 99 seconds for this animation. In this example, I only put here 5 seconds that we don't need to wait 99 seconds. And that you will see that it really works. Let's refresh the screen and we will count together between 1 to 5. Okay, let's refresh the screen and we'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Game over. Nice. We saw here a lot of CSS tricks that with them you can create pure CSS games. And you maybe think that this is the main key takeaway that I want you to take from this talk. but it isn't. The main key takeaway that I want you to take from this talk is to create your own code fun project that you are creating only for fun, not for your employer, not for your friends, for yourself, and only for fun. And why it's so important to create your own project for fun? We as adults, we sometimes forget that the best way to learn new stuff is by playing. When we are children, we're doing it naturally. In the animal kingdom, small kittens, they are like hunting each other. They are playing. And in this way, when they are adult, they know how to hunt. But we as adults, we're starting to learn things in the boring way, in the hard way, instead of enjoying that we can enjoy in the way. In this way, you are creating yourself any project in code. It can be in CSS, JavaScript, everything that you want. You are enjoying to create this project. You're beginning to be a better web developer. And if you are a better web developer, you will get in the end a better salary. And even this is not important. Life are so short. Create your own project because you can have fun, enjoy, and create everything that you can create. My friends, I'm Elad Shechter. I'm a CSS HTML architect. I'm doing a lot of stuff on CSS that you can find in my own social network. You can here scan the QR code if you want the presentation. And my friends, thank you very much for listening.
All right, that was super cool. That was really, really awesome, Elad. So just wanted to take some time to see if there's any questions from the audience. Please feel free to take this opportunity to go to the live microphone, to ask any questions. And in case, right, you guys prefer to also ask the questions on Pigeonhole, that's also fine as well. You can go on the URL as you can see on my screen over here. Feel free to post a question there, and then we can also address it from there. But we'd love to see if any of you would love to come on to the live microphone and ask any questions. I see Luther has walked over. Luther, are you asking a question? Oh, he walked away. But that was an amazing presentation, Elad. I was just looking at all the way you did all the different hacks without even using any kind of JavaScript logic, which I very intuitively thought that should have been the case. Right, so that was really amazing.
Yeah, it's very important to remember that this is not the best way to create games. It's only a project for fun, for creativity. It doesn't say that we need to do stuff like that. When you are using button, we need to use button and HTML element and not label. This is only for creativity.
Yeah, absolutely. That was very unique, I would say, right? You're thinking out of the box. But so that's pretty exciting. Okay, I think we have a question on the Pigeonhole. So the question is, so this is a question from right? So when the game timer runs out, say for example via the delayed animation, how are the check and radio boxes being reset so that you can go back to the main menu frame?
It's very easy. Think about it. Let's bring it back here again. All the project is wrapped with the form HTML element, okay? Everything is wrapped with the form HTML. This input is inside as well on the form HTML element. And input type reset, it's sometimes web developers forget that it really exists, but what it does is just resetting all your inputs in the form HTML element. And this reset all the checkbox to unchecked and all the radio buttons to unchecked as well. And when everything is unchecked, this is the default how the play was loaded in the first time. This is meaning that will be again in the game menu frame, and now we can play this game just again and again and again.
Cool, super. I hope that answers the question. All right, Georgie. In case you have any follow-up questions, feel free to come onto the microphone as well.
Yes, the code pen is you have it all in the slide, and even in the website of GeekCamp, there is a URL for the code pen if you want just to play with it. But all the links you have in the slide that are already shared.
Yeah,
here with the slides.
Right. Yeah, and Jergo was just saying that, hey, so it looks like it's crucial that the button press is needed before going to the main menu. All right. Oh, Jergo, if in case you want to ask a live question, right? I believe that's what you're trying to do here. You have to go to the microphone, just right at the top of where you are right now. If you go up, yeah, you can ask questions live. Yeah, we can only hear the speaker and not hear you. If you want us to hear you, you need to go to the microphone where you will see GM per wheel is. That's where you want to be to ask a live question, yeah? All right, any last final questions from anyone? I think many people were just too wild at your presentation. They don't know what to ask you now.
Okay, feel free to ask me after if you want. If not now, I'm still here. I will be
yeah,
walking
sounds
here,
good.
and really feel free to ask me. Don't be afraid.
Yeah,
I'm not biting.
absolutely. Yeah, in fact, that was really exciting. And I know, Elad, you're joining us all the way from Europe as well today, right? So thank you
Yes,
for
I'm in
joining us
London, and
earlier
tomorrow
morning.
I'm going back home. Yeah, I'm now in London and going back home tomorrow to Israel.
Wow, super cool. You're flying all over the world. This is kind of what we kind of all miss, you know, being able to travel just like good old times again.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Good. All right, so final call for any questions. Oh, Jago said he can't hear the questions, which is strange. He can only hear you, Elad, which is, well, that's the important thing. They need to be able to hear you. Yeah, that's right. So Elad can, when he's on stage, right, everyone else can hear him. So just in case you guys haven't figured out how this works yet, only the speakers standing on the speaker slots on stage, or unless you're at the microphone, before we can hear you. Otherwise, it's only the people that's around you that you can interact with. All right, so I think if there are no further questions, and I believe we don't see any more questions on the pigeonhole, right? Ambros, by any chance, do you know if there's any questions on the pigeonhole? I don't see any questions. All right, there isn't any. So I think with that, thanks so much, Elad. I think that was really an amazing session. And just before we get on to our next speaker, may I just call for maybe a 5 minutes interval right now? So we'll come back, say, in about 5 minutes' time. Our next speaker is making his way over. So we'll catch you guys, say, in 5 minutes. Thanks so much, Elad. And yeah, please feel free to find Elad, in this session if you need to talk to him. Oh, just a quick little hack in case you guys haven't figured out, right? In the Gather Town, if you look at the bottom left corner where you see participants, you're able to right-click on anyone and then select Locate on Map. So let's say you want to find any speaker, you want to go talk to them like offline, right-click on the speaker. You can see them with a prefix speaker beside their name. You can actually click on Locate on Map, and then it will show you a path to where the speakers are, right? And then you can actually have a easier time to find them. All right, thanks so much, Elad. And I see our next speaker, Henning, is in the room. Henning, if you'd like to join us on stage, we can probably get you ready for the next talk. Thanks, Elad. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone. I hope you guys had a quick break. Just wanted to call out that we will be starting our next talk by Henning very shortly. Right, and if you guys can see my screen over here, right, you guys can see Henning's profile. So we just wanted to make sure that everyone is ready for the next talk. Please settle down, get seated. Yep, and let's get started, right? So next up, our next talk is by Henning, right? And Henning is an individual who loves programming in high quality. In fact, I understand he lives his passion as a coder, as a coach, and a consultant at WPS Workplace Solutions, right? So over there, I understand that Henning helps teams structure their monoliths, kind of solutions and to build new systems from the beginning using a sustainable architecture. So yeah, without further ado, I'm going to hand the time over to Henning to share with us a little bit on this topic titled An Introduction to Domain Storytelling. So yeah, over to you, Henning.
Okay, thanks a lot. And good morning. I hope everybody can hear me and see me now. Yeah, nice. Terence, I only see you. Yeah. Okay, awesome. I will, depending on the time, we will also maybe have a quick demo of this domain storytelling thing. So then we will also try to use the microphones. Okay. 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, then let's head over to the slides. And domain storytelling will be our topic today. And good morning from my side, where I live on the globe. It's early in the morning. I think in Singapore it's late afternoon. Nonetheless, I think we'll have a good time, and I would like to gather you around the virtual campfire that we can see here. And yeah, please come here with me, sit around this campfire and imagine our ancestors, the cavemen. Cavemen sitting around their campfire many 1,000 years ago. And imagine outside it's winter, that's why they're sitting in their cave. The snow is snowing, the wind is howling, and inside is warm and comfy, but it's also a bit boring. So everybody's happy when one of the people of the tribe, one of the hunters, stands up and tells the other people how it used to be in the summer when they were hunting, when they were gathering, when they were hunting for the mighty bison, and how they hunted the mighty bison, and how in the end they killed it, and how they are now living from the flesh of this mighty bison that they hunted. And after sorry after the hunter has finished his story, there is a quiet and everybody's staring into the fire, and then they hear a scratch from the wall and they turn their heads, and then they see on the wall one of the other members of the tribe has painted a picture of the story they just heard, used coal and the blood of the animals to draw a picture onto the cave wall. And 16,000 years later, we still can see this picture, this one of the earliest pieces of human art. This is a picture from the cave of Altamira in Spain. And not only the bison is there, but also all the rest of the story, the hunters and the spears that they are carrying. And so what we can see is storytelling, that's something basic human. That's deep in our hearts and our bodies. That's deeply human rooted in all of us. And what we want to do with domain storytelling is still the same. We still want to spark a fire. We want to tell a story, and we want to paint a picture here. Of course, today everything has changed a bit. So the fire that we're gathering around today is usually something like a whiteboard or so a big modeling canvas, we're calling that. And the story isn't told by hunters anymore. The story is told by our users. the people that we are building software for. And also, the picture isn't painted on the cave wall with animal blood anymore in coal, but the picture is usually painted on a, like here, on a whiteboard or on a virtual whiteboard today with Sharpies and sticky notes and stuff. So here you can see my good friend and colleague Stefan. I hope you can see him. I'm doing domain storytelling here. Stefan is not here today, so you will have to get along with me. And who am I? A short introduction. You already heard that I'm a coder, coach, and consultant. And are you still seeing my slides? Yeah, okay. Sorry, maybe I have a problem here with GatherTown. Sorry. So I'm a coder, coach, consultant, and my name is Henning Schwentner, which, well, is kind of hard to pronounce if you're not, if your mother tongue is not German. So Henning is maybe the name you have to remember. So, okay, and I work as a coder, coach, and consultant. That means when I'm lucky, I get my hands on the keyboard. But I also do what I do with you in my work time today. So I'm standing or sitting in front of people and tell them how to do it right with software development, with software architecture. And the main topic that I'm working on there is splitting the monolith. All of us have their big legacy systems, their monolithic systems that have to be modularized. And the method I'm going to show you today, this domain storytelling, also can help us there. Splitting the monolith, getting a grip on how to modularize our old software. And what's interesting for me as a technical person is that you can build a monolith in every software, in every programming language. So I see many different technologies there, which is fun. Okay, and I work at a company that's called WPS. We're the one with the touch table. So since we're talking about storytelling, it's important to look at another story, and this time not a story with caveman. That's now a story from a domain. Let's look at a story where we'll build software for. And what we can see here is it's important to have a storyteller and to have listeners when we are talking about stories. So let's start our story with looking at the domain. What is about? Imagine Bob. Bob is a victim of Dieselgate, so he wants to get rid of his old combustion engine and he wants to buy a new electrical powered car, like this Porsche Taycan. On the other hand, Bob has one problem, there is no money in his pocket. Anyway, he goes to his car dealer and asks them, do I get a car for this? And well, he fears that the answer will be this year. No way, no money, no car. But you know how car dealers are. They are people with ideas. And so the car dealer tells Bob, well, we have a solution for your problem. And that solution is called leasing. And leasing means we are going to buy the car for you. And then we are going to lease it to you for a monthly installment, for a monthly payment. So we're not only having the car manufacturer here who makes the car and the end customer who wants the car, but we're now getting the leasing company in between. So the car manufacturer sells the car to the leasing company, and the leasing company then rents this car for a monthly payment to our end customer. Okay, let's look at this story from another point of view. So we have a customer, our Bob here, who tells his wish for a car to the salesperson, the car dealer salesperson. The salesperson will then calculate the installment for the contract. The installment is the monthly payment that the customer is going to pay for this contract. And let's assume the customer says, well, I can afford this installment. Then the customer will then sign the contract and give it back to the salesperson. And then the salesperson will pass on this contract to what's called the risk manager. The risk manager is a person that will then check the credit rating, that is the risk of the customer, and after that calculate the resale value of the car, that is the risk of the object of the car. And based on this check, on this risk check, on this risk assessment, based on this credit rating and this resale value, they will vote then the contract. To vote means say, yes, we want to do this contract, or no, the risk is too high, we can't do this contract. And assuming that the risk manager voted positively, then the salesperson will give the car to our customer, to our Bob. So this is what we can see here. That is our first domain story. And what you can see is domain storytelling is about drawing diagrams, about drawing pictures. Yes. So it's a simple notation to draw diagrams, but it's not only a pictographic language, it's also a workshop format. We also want to bring people together. So let's look more closely on what we just did. Let's look at domain storytelling explained. So domain storytelling is one of several tools that belong to a family of tools. And this family is called collaborative modeling. Collaborative modeling. Collaborative modeling means we are not modeling alone, not only us technical people, not only us developers, but we want to be together with the domain experts. So the basic idea of collaborative modeling, modeling collaboratively, is bring together people from the tech side, us developers, programmers, and people from the business sides, domain experts, users, subject matter experts. And they should work together on the knowledge. They should exchange the knowledge of the domain. So what they are going to do is knowledge crunching. This is a term from DDD, from domain-driven design. Knowledge crunching is the idea that together we want to chew on the knowledge until the juice comes out of it. The essence comes out of it. So we want to get the essential facts. That's interesting for us. And there's different methods in this collaborative modeling area. User story mapping, you might use that. Event storming is another one with sticky notes. And then there's domain storytelling, what we're looking at this moment. So domain storytelling, what is it again? It's this pictographic language that we just saw, plus a workshop format. And both of them are equally important. So let's look at the workshop format. The most important thing with the workshop format is that we want to bring together the right people. Who are the right people? Of course, when you can get Chuck Norris, he's always the right people, but usually he can't make it because he doesn't have the time, because he has to change the world or something, to save the world or something like that. If Chuck can't make it, who are then the right people? Then the right people are storytellers and listeners. So people that have knowledge about the domain, that tell their story, and people who want to get that knowledge, to learn that knowledge. Listeners, storytellers, listeners, those are the two main roles in a domain storytelling workshop. And then there's usually another role, that's the moderator, the person that leads us through the workshop, and the modeler that also does the modeling by drawing the picture on the wall. So, and the basic idea is that we let the storytellers, usually the domain experts, tell their story. Of course, best not fairy tales, as we can see here. So we want to have those people in the room that really are doing the work, not their bosses who think they know how the work is done. We want the real people who know how the work is really done. And we want to listen to their story, and we want to get rid of misunderstandings. So this is something that happens often when we bring together business people and domain business people on the one hand, technical people on the other hand, and there's often many different misunderstandings between us and them, between technical people and business people. So this is also about expectations management. So this is often what our users are wishing for, and this is what they get. Okay, we want to move this a bit more closely together. So the basic idea is that while the story is told and we're listening to it, we repeat it. So when we hear the sentence, the salesperson passes on the contract to the risk manager, then we draw this onto the modeling canvas. We draw salesperson hands over contract to risk manager. And what we can see is misunderstandings directly, because this up here, that's what the salesperson tells us, or the other business experts tells us, and this is what we have understood, and we mirror, we reflect what we have understood of what they have told us, and then we show it to them. So here, our domain expert could say, well, I do not hand over the contract, I pass it on, and this is important for me. So we have to change this here to get the right understanding. So when a misunderstandings happen, then it will be obviously directed. That's the idea of this. So it's a form of active listening. Active listening means not only listening and then nodding and say, yes, 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 I do understand you, but add to this also what I have understood. So repeating what I have understood from what I have been told. I can do this by rephrasing, saying it again in my own words, or I can do this by painting a picture. That's the idea of domain storytelling. We repeat what we have understood by drawing a diagram. And we want to do this with concrete stories and not with abstract processes. So the idea is we are looking at concrete stories that really happen in the domain, usually one case that we're looking at. And we're not using something like UML or BPMN. We're using a simple pictographic language because we want that it's easily understandable for our users, for our domain experts, which are usually not technical people and have no formal education in formal methods. That's why we're in domain storytelling, we're usually not using UML, BPMN, or more elaborated modeling notations, but we are using a very simple notations which can be learned in a couple of minutes. So how is this done? This notation, this pictographic language, the basic idea is that we record our story sentence by sentence. So when they tell us several sentences, then we draw them into the diagram, and it's made of basically two kinds of icons and one kind of arrow, and that's it. So the two kinds of icons are the actor, our stick figures, and all the other icons, the work objects, the things that the actors, the people are working on. And then there's one kind of arrow, the activity, what the actor does with the work object. So it's always actor, activity, work object. The actor does something with a work object. And then we have another element, that's the sequence number. The sequence number is used to bring time into the domain story. Okay, so in our example, the risk manager would be an actor, contract would be a work object, and votes would be an activity. What we can do now is vary the icons. So maybe we not only have a person actor, but maybe we also have a group actor, or IT systems can also appear as actors in a domain story. And the same is also true, of course, for the work objects. We're using different icons there as well. So in our story, we've seen that the installment has another icon than the car, to make it easily visible that we are having different things there. Okay. So this is what's happening. We're having these actors, we're having these work objects, and then there's one speciality that we're usually having the actors once and the work objects several times. The idea is that we want to develop the story around the actors and that we want to see the interaction between them. And there's also another property that is interesting, and that's different than in other modeling methods, and that is this here, that what's not part of the language. So we have actors, work, objects, activities, but what we do not have is conditionals. We do not have an if-else or a switch case. We do not have an or. And this is by design. This is wanted. The idea is that we want to look at one case, that we want to look at one scenario. That's what's called scenario-based modeling. We're looking at one case because one case can usually be complicated enough, and we want that one picture is small enough to fit into the head of our users, of our participants in the workshop. So that's the reason why we're usually not only having one domain story, but several domain stories. Not only one domain story, several domain stories that come together for the different cases. Usually we start with the good case, the 80% case, and then we move on and see, okay, what happens when something goes wrong, and we draw that into another diagram, into another picture. That's one reason why we have several stories. Another reason is what we call scope. The scope is defined by several factors. One factor is the granularity. So are we using coarse granularity? So are we looking up from the bird's eye perspective and doing a big picture here? Then we build a coarse grained domain story. Or are we looking at all the details? Then we're doing a fine-grained domain story. That's one of the factors. Another scope factor is the time. Are we looking at the now or the tomorrow? So as is versus to be modeling, and other factors as well. Okay, but let's not talk too much about the theory. That what's really interesting is the practice. So let's roll our sleeves up, and I want to do a little exercise, a little demo with you. And I can't do that alone. I need you. You have to be my domain experts. So please come and join me. Go to the microphones or come here on stage and model together with me. And I want to model a scenario that we probably all know, like it used to be before the pandemic. I want to travel by train from a city A to a city B. And I will be the moderator, and you will be my storytellers. So it would be great to hear from you. How does this work? And I'm going to switch my screen share. For that, I'm going to switch to another window. So you should see another browser window now from me with a tool that's called egan.io. That's an online tool for drawing domain stories. Okay. Can everybody see my browser? Okay, awesome. Then let's model how to travel by train. How's this done?
Maybe you have to buy your tickets. I'm not sure.
Yeah, awesome.
No, yeah.
Awesome, that's good. So the first step is you buy a ticket. And when you say you buy a ticket, who are you? What's your role in this story?
A traveler.
The traveler. Awesome. Okay, so the traveler buys a ticket. First step. Okay, and what happens then?
Maybe I have to hand the ticket to the station scan my ticket or something.
Mm-hmm.
As a traveler.
Okay. Who's the one who will do the scanning? Who scans the ticket?
Maybe some machine.
Okay. What's the name
Or
of
the
that
officer.
or the officer? Okay, let's, for the sake of the exercise, let's stay with the officer. So like it used to be in the old days. So the officer scans the ticket of the traveler. And what I'm going to do is I write down an annotation variant of this scan is done by a machine. Okay, awesome. The traveler bought a ticket, and then the officer scans the ticket of the traveler, and then
The traveler probably boards the train, or
okay. I don't have a good train symbol here, so we have to go with the taxi icon, boards train, and then
the train probably then starts moving to the destination.
And who's doing that? Moving the train?
Oh, probably a train operator.
Okay, so there's another actor here, the train operator. And you say they drive the train to the next station, right?
Yes.
To the station, and I'm writing down here they are doing this for the traveler. Okay, and then
You reach the destination, I think.
Okay, so we rename that to destination station. And then we reach the destination, and then
You alight the train.
okay. So alight train at destination station, right? Okay. And that's it? Or are we missing something? I'm going to step through this. So we start with the traveler buys a ticket, and then the officer scans the ticket of the traveler. The traveler boards the train. The train operator drives the train to the destination station for the traveler. And then the traveler alights the train at the destination station. Okay. Is that it?
Seems like it. Is there any missing flow?
Awesome. No, I think that's fine. So what we have here is a coarse-grained story, and that's good since we don't have much time here in our session. We only looked at the coarse-grained steps. So we just made one step, traveler buys ticket. But of course, when we have the time, then we say, well, this step here, buying a ticket, that's one coarse-grained step, but of course there are many tickets behind that. So one of the next steps would be, okay, let's look at the ticket purchase on a detailed level, on a fine-grained level. So then we would look at, okay, the traveler looks at the schedule and sees what's my starting station and what's the destination station and what connections are there, and then he buys a ticket with telling the conductor the connection he wants to have, and then they are talking about the price and the payment is made and all this stuff. So there's many different detailed steps, of course, and they are all hidden behind this step here. And that's totally okay. So it's awesome, the story that we built here. That's the idea of a coarse-grained story, get a big picture of the belongings that we have here. Okay. I think we have another 5 minutes, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Then I'm going to switch to my slides again. And it's good that we have a bit of time, because then I can show you some other stuff. So we've now traveled by train from city A to city B. So we've seen how domain storytelling works in theory and practice, and what did we do this for? So what can we do now with these domain stories? I hope you see my slides again. Okay, awesome. So what are the purposes that we can use these domain stories for? There are several purposes. We can use them for different things. And maybe the first obvious one is that we learned about the domain. We learned what's happening. We learned also the words, the language. That's good. And also, we can use this now to come to user stories, that is requirements. So we can take the domain story and go to user story. Domain story, user story, they sound similar. It's a bit like with Java and JavaScript. They have similar names, but they're different animals. That's the same here. And when we have a domain story, we can then, when we have a coarse-grained domain story, we can say, okay, for every step, we build one user story. So that's one way to derive user stories from that. And then the second purpose is we can see how we design our program, how we implement our program. So I think that's for us here probably the most interesting thing. So we can see how we can build this model, the model for the domain in our software. So we can come from a domain story directly to code. And how can we do this? There's basically two rules of thumb here. And the first rule of thumb is we take the work objects and build classes out of those. And then we take the methods, then we take the activities and build methods out of them. So when we look at our domain story here from the leasing, then we can see probably the most important work object, which appears again and again, is the contract. And as I said, we are using the work objects and build classes out of them. So since we have an object contract, let's build a class contract here. And then we see and look for what's done with this work object. So a contract is signed and a contract is voted. So the next step would be, okay, we're building methods sign and vote on this contract. And what we get then, that's the dream of the object-oriented programmer. That's a domain model with rich domain behavior. So all the words that we see here, they come from the domain. So there's contract and sign and vote, and that's all words, all language from the domain. No, not our technical language, but we're expressing the domain here, and that's awesome. And of course, we can then translate that into code. So this is, for example, in Java. So class contract with method sign and a sign date and vote result. So there's a lot of domain language in this thing. And that's basically the main idea of object orientation, taking the objects out of the real world and making objects in the computer out of them. And if you want to go deeper with that and see how you can implement a real piece of software there and how this works out in practice, then I would like to point you to leasingninja.io. That's a project of mine which I use in my trainings to teach people how you can apply these ideas and how you can come from the analysis of a domain to a real implementation of that domain. So we look at this leasing domain, we analyze it, and then in the end we build code, and there's real code examples on GitHub there. So if you want to see how to build code with it, look at leasingninja.io. And then there's one more purpose that I want to tell you about, and that is domain stories for strategic design. So what's strategic design? Strategic design is the idea that when we build large software, it's usually a good idea to not build it as one big monolithic ball of mud, the big ball of mud, that's our anti-pattern here, but to build it out of several modules. And domain storytelling can help us find these modules. Domain storytelling can help us find boundaries. So when we look at this domain story again, then it is a good idea to ask, okay, where are boundaries here? Where are subdomains here in this big domain that we're looking at? And the question to ask with domain stories is where, which steps that we can see here are belonging together from an actor's perspective. Remember the stick figures, those are the actors. And I would argue these steps 1, 2, 3, and 8, they belong together. They form one subdomain, which might be called sales. And then these steps 5, 6, and 7, they also form a subdomain, which might be called risk assessment. And the idea of strategic design is to say, well, we're not building the one big monolithic leasing system now. No, we are building two modules, one module sales and one module risk assessment. And we will put them beside each other and there will be an interface between them. So this way we can build more modular software. And as I told you earlier, I'm often working with companies splitting up their monolith lists, and this is the way to go. You have the big monolithic system, you put it aside, you look at the domain first and you see, let's analyze this domain, let's find these subdomains, and then learn, okay, those are the subdomains, those are the modules that I would like to have. Let's now take the monolith out of the box and bring these modules into it. Okay, but that's of course another topic. We don't have the time for that now. One word that I want to plant in your head here is the bounded context. Bounded context, another word from DDD, from domain-driven design. A bounded context is one of these modules that we're building here. So the idea is for every subdomain that we find in the domain, we build one module in the software, and we call that a bounded context. Bounded because there's a boundary around it. The boundaries, those are very important. Okay. So I think the time is up, which is a pity. So we don't have the time to go back to our travel by train story. That would be the next step to do, see where can we find boundaries there. For the time being, I just can say there's more to be said on domain storytelling, but I don't have the time now.
Okay. It's okay.
So, whoop. There's one thing that I want to show you, and that is there are different tools that can be used. So I showed you an online tool, which is called egan.io. So if you want to try this modeler here, that's egan.io. I will post that to the chat also later, that you can find it. But you don't have to use the tool. You can also do it with just a whiteboard or with a whiteboard and sticky notes. That's also nice. That's also fun. So you don't need a computer to do this kind of modeling. Yeah, that's it so far. Coming to a conclusion, if you are interested, if I could spark the fire here and you want to read more, there's a webpage. It's called domainstorytelling.org. And then there's the book about the topic, domain storytelling. And I'm very proud. Together with Stefan, I showed you earlier, I wrote this book and it just came out 2 weeks ago. So if you're gonna buy it now, for example, with this link on Amazon here, then you will be among the first people on earth that are having this book. So yeah, please go ahead and buy it. And of course, yeah, you can get it signed. That's one of the problems with these online conferences. But next time I'm in Singapore, of course, I will do a signature session. Or when we meet somewhere else in the world. Yeah. So much about advertisement, Leasing Ninja.io. I told you that. And yeah, the end is near. Usually, I would also not give you only a signature, but some swag. Can't do this now. Sorry about that. I just can say thank you and happy end. That's it. And of
Thank
course,
you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henning, for the talk. I think we might have some questions. So I have one question from the Pigeonhole, is that I think it's just a message from Harish. He says, have you looked at openpracticelibrary.com? I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah.
Have you
actually it is part of that.
Okay. Cool.
Openpracticelibrary.com. That's a library from Red Hat, the Linux distribution guys. They have collected several methods, and you will find domain storytelling there as well. A couple of years ago, I met one of these guys, and he said, "Well, hey, maybe that's something for our library." Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anyone else has questions? I think you can proceed to the mic stand and ask them right now. If not, we have a 3-minute. We have a 13-minute break until the next talk by Meet. So if you have any questions, you can come ahead. If not, I think thank you, Henning, again for your talk. I think it's pretty insightful.
Yeah, yep. You're very welcome, and thanks for having me. And I will stick around here for a bit. So if you want to come to me here in private conversation in the break, just approach my icon in Gather.
Sounds good. Yeah, thanks, Henning. I think that was amazing. And then for all our attendees here, if you'd like to interact with our speakers, please feel free to take the next. I believe we have about time till 5:30 p.m. in Singapore time for our next talk. So yeah, do take some time, interact with all your friends that you made here, and the speakers. You can find them very easily. If you go to the bottom left-hand corner, there is this participants icon. You click on that, you can look through all the list of all the participants. Right-click on the speakers. You can very easily locate them on the map, and you can go and talk to them in person. So yeah, with that said, enjoy the break, and we would love to have everyone back here, say in about 15 minutes time. Right, we'll make an announcement, and we also do like to call out that towards the end of the session later, we would love to take a group picture with our GeekCamp banner. So do stay tuned for that. All right, with that said, we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Bye.
if you like to have some like social time, you can head over to the social room to have play some of the games.
Hi guys. Hope you had a nice break. Next up, we have a talk from Meet at Mel, I think. It's titled Choreography vs Orchestration in Serverless Microservices. Let's give us a while we set things up. I think Meet might not be physically here with us, as in virtually here with us. I think he's a bit, he might be busy right now. So we'll have to play a pre-recorded video of him. And okay, yeah. So let's wait a while for everyone to gather here before we start this session. Oh, fun fact. So if you see the bar at the bottom of your screen, you can hover over the smiley face. And you can use one of the signs to like show different emotions. Yes. You can like wave. And if you press the Z key, right, you can do a dance. It's very fun, yes. Okay, I think we'll just start straight away with his talk. Terrence, so yes, okay, so Meet Atmel is a developer advocate from Google. So his talk is going to be on choreography vs orchestration in serverless microservices. He sent us this recorded talk that we'll be playing right now. Give me a moment while I get it up, share my screen. And if you all can't hear the audio, please sound it out early.
Hello everyone, my name is Nathaniel. And today I want to talk to you about choreography versus orchestration in serverless microservices. To let you know, this talk, I already have it on Speaker Deck, so if you want the slides, you can get it from Speaker Deck. And I already blogged and tweeted about this topic and also the app that I'm going to talk about in this topic on my Twitter, so feel free to follow me. In terms of questions, I'll try to monitor the chat as we go along. So if you have any questions, please ask in the chat, and I'll try to take breaks and check the chat for questions. All right, so the way this talk is going to go is first, I want to explain what choreography and orchestration is when it comes to microservices. Then I want us to look at the landscape in this area. What do cloud providers provide for choreography and orchestration? Then I want to zoom into orchestration a little bit because choreography, event-driven systems, they've been around for a while, so people know about them. Orchestration is something new. So I want to zoom into that, and I want to talk about Google Cloud's workflows, which is an orchestration service, and what kind of things it provides. And finally, in the last part of the talk, I want to talk about a case study. One of my coworkers, Guillaume Laforge, and myself, we actually worked on an application that we initially wrote in an event-driven way. But then when we discovered orchestration, we said, okay, let's take this app and write it in an orchestrated way. And we did that. And along the way, we learned a lot of things. So I want to talk about this app, what it is, how it worked before, how it worked afterwards, and what lessons we learned. Yeah, so that's kind of the rough idea about our talk. And as I mentioned, as we go along, feel free to ask questions in the chat. All right, so let's start with choreography and orchestration. Now, let's imagine that you want to build a simple e-commerce app, right? And as you know, in e-commerce apps, people buy things, and then there's usually a kind of like a checkout process as people finish their shopping, right? So in this checkout process, you usually have certain order of things that needs to happen. First, the user makes an order, so there's an order request. Then once you receive the order, you probably need to authorize and charge the credit card to make sure that the user can pay for the request and pay for the order. Then once that's done, you probably need to do certain things for shipping the item. So there's like preparing and shipping the item. And finally, once that's done, you probably want to notify the user that their item is shipped. Now, one way of designing the system is basically have a single monolithic application that does all of that. And that's what we used to do, and it works. But nowadays, we like small microservices, right? So instead of having the single application that does everything, we try to break this application into smaller pieces. And these pieces, they do their bit to get the transaction completed. So for example, if you're on Google Cloud, you might have a front end written on App Engine that receives the order requests. Then that will pass the request to a payment processor. This is a Cloud Run service. A Cloud Run service, by the way, on Google Cloud it's a container. It's a serverless container service, so you can run containers in a serverless way. So this payment processor, let's say it's running on Cloud Run, it does the checks and authorization of credit card. Then you want to pass this to a shipper service, and this can be another service, but this time on Cloud Functions instead of Cloud Run. And Cloud Functions is basically serverless functions on Google Cloud. And then once the item is shipped, maybe you call another service called Notifier that uses, again, Cloud Run to notify the user, right? I mean, obviously, I'm simplifying here because in a real-world system, you have many more things that you need to do. But in a simplified system, this is kind of the services that you would need and the order of things that happen. Now, one way of doing this and this way is basically you have the microservices, and each microservice calls each other directly. So the front end knows about the payment processor and makes that call. The payment processor knows about the shipper and makes that call. This works, and it's better than the monolithic service because you have things broken down into services. But at the same time, it's quite fragile as well, right? Because each service has to know about the next service in the chain. And then if something goes wrong with any of these services, it kind of breaks down the whole chain, basically. So in this model of services calling each other directly, the pros and cons of this model is that, first of all, as I mentioned, it's better than a single monolith, and it's easy to implement. Services just simply call each other, right? But the advantages are probably more. First of all, you have too much coupling between services. So each service has to know about the next service in the chain. Each service can be a single point of failure. So if something fails in the middle, like the whole chain breaks, then you need to think about error handling in these services. So if you make a call to a service and the service doesn't respond, or the service responds with an error, you need to have that error handling logic in your services. And you need to have probably some kind of timeout logic as well. How long you're going to wait for a service to respond? Or if you get an error, what do? Do you retry the error? If so, how often do you retry? And most importantly, if something fails, like there's no one checking for the whole transaction. So there's no way to kind of check that the whole transaction is successful. There's no service kind of checking that that transaction is actually successful. So even though this is a simple model, in the end, when you run it in production, you're probably going to have more issues with it because because of all the things that I mentioned. Now, how do you get rid of these negatives? What you can do is you can try to do this in an event-driven way. In event-driven model, what you do is instead of services calling each other directly, you have services that respond to messages and emit messages. In this model, you still have the microservices broken down. So you still have the front end, you still have the payment processor, and so on and so forth. But when a request comes in to the front end can simply emit a message to a message broker, to a publish subscribe type of messaging platform, and just say, I received this order. So this message will just say, I received this order with this kind of information. And then this message broker is responsible to route that message to whoever is interested. In this case, the only interested party is the payment processor. So payment processor is the only microservice that that actually cares about the fact that there's a new order, right? Then it will receive this message, and it will use that information in that message, and it will authorize and charge the credit card. And once it's done, it will send another message. This time the message will be different. It will just say, I processed a payment, and that's it. And then this message goes to the next service in the chain, and the shipper will receive that message, and so on and so forth. Now, in this model, as you can see, services don't directly call each other. Services don't know about each other. They only communicate through events, and message broker is the backbone that enables this. So message broker is the thing that sends the messages, and the services, they just simply register their interest in certain kinds of messages. And once they receive a message, they act on it. And once they're done, they will either finish or they will emit another message for someone else to act on if there's some other service that needs to act on. Now, this is a little bit better, but imagine a more complex transaction, because again, this transaction is a very simplified model, but in a real world, you probably have something like this, where you get a request, and then before you can act on that request, you probably want to check the inventory first. So you need to check your database, see if you have the inventory, and if you are in stock. So if you have the item in stock, then you probably do a certain set of things. But then if you're out of stock, you need to do other things, right? So you need to make a decision up front. And then in your decision diagram, you probably need to do more work as well. Like, so if you're out of stock, for example, you might need to make a call to a third-party provider and get the stock. And then once you process the order, you update your DB again. Then you might want to notify the user, but notifying the user or the customer is usually another third-party call. Maybe you want to use something like SendGrid. If the order is big, maybe you want to notify the sales rep on Slack. So there's all these decision points that you need to make. So imagine designing the system in an event-driven way, right? It is certainly possible. I mean, you can have these services, again, like getting messages and emitting messages, but you can see the complexity arising from this, right? You will have multiple types of messages and multiple types of services, and it becomes harder and harder to kind of see what's happening within your system, and harder to kind of debug and walk through this whole transaction. So, and by the way, this event-driven systems, they're also called choreography, because each service is acting like a single independent unit, and they kind of improvise themselves with their messages. So that's why it's called choreography. So this choreography, the pros and cons of this approach is that, first of all, pros is that the services are loosely coupled. They don't know about each other, which is great because that's what you want in a system. Services can be changed independently. They can be scaled independently. You don't need to stop other services from responding to messages. There is really no single point of failure. So if a service in the middle is not working, other services can still respond and emit messages. Now, of course, your whole transaction will still fail, but at least your other services will still continue to function in other contexts. And also, events as a model is very useful. The events are very useful to extend your system beyond what you have today. So if you have a current system using events, if you want to add a new service, it's very easy to add that service because all you need to do is add the service and configure what kind of services and what kind of messages that service needs to respond to, and that's it really. So it becomes much easier to extend your system. Now, on the other hand, the cons of the choreography is that, and I mentioned this already, with event-driven systems, it's really difficult to monitor the whole system. You have all these events flying around, and it becomes harder to figure out when something fails. So if a transaction fails, you need to basically look at all your services, you need to look at all the logs and kind of try to figure out where that happened. So it's not straightforward anymore. And then this whole thing about errors and retries and timeouts that we talked about with with services calling each other directly, you still have that problem, right? So if a service, let's say a service receives a message and it cannot process that message, some error happens. What do you do in that case? How do you retry? And then, who detects that? All these are still quite problematic. And I think one of the things about event-driven systems that's kind of missing is that, when we look at this diagram, the business logic, it's very clear what needs to happen. You receive an order. If there's stock, you do certain things. If there's no stock, you do something else. So this business logic is very clear. It's a flow chart. But trying to capture this in an event-driven system is very difficult. You can make this happen in an event-driven system, but you cannot point to a flow chart, or you cannot point to a service in your event-driven system that captures this business logic. So you're kind of losing this information basically within your event-driven system. So that's what I mean by business flow is not captured explicitly somewhere. And also the biggest problem with event-driven systems is that you still have this problem of, who ensures that the whole transaction is successful. So each service itself, it can receive events and it can respond to events, and they can kind of make sure their own piece is kind of complete and successful. But no one is actually looking at the whole system. No one is looking at all services and make sure that the whole transaction is completed. And so that's still a problem with choreography. So that takes us to orchestration. Orchestration is another way of organizing your microservices. And the way it works is that you still have individual microservices. So you still have front end, payment processor, shipper, and so on and so forth. But instead of them calling each other, or instead of them emitting messages, you have a central orchestrator service that directs how things flow. So in this model, when a request comes in, it still goes to the front end. And then from the front end, you kickstart an orchestrator, basically. You tell the orchestrator, I received a new request, can you handle this? And the orchestrator calls the services that it needs to call in the order that they need to be called, with the parameters that it needs to be called. So orchestrator will call the payment processor first and make sure that it works. Then it will call the shipper, and it will call the notifier, so on and so forth. The good thing about this model is that there's a central place, the orchestrator, that's directing the whole thing. And also, the orchestrator can monitor these calls. So when the orchestrator makes a call to the payment processor, it can actually see if there's an error, and it can retry the call. And the order is also captured. The orchestrator is the one making the call, so you can kind of capture the order of flow in an orchestrator. So the pros and cons of this approach is that, first of all, business flow can be captured centrally. So you can, in the orchestrator, you can specify how things are supposed to work, and you can source control that actually. And I'm going to talk about this in more detail as we talk about Google Cloud's workflows. Each step that your orchestrator makes can be monitored. So if something goes wrong, you will see it really easily with orchestrator because it is the one making the calls. If you need to apply for any kind of error or retry or timeout kind of policy in your microservices, you can do that in the orchestrator. So you can set these policies in the orchestrator, and orchestrator will apply these policies in a consistent way without you having to implement them in each microservice. And this is really good because you don't have to redo everything in each microservice. And since you're making calls from orchestrator to the microservices, you can stay in simple HTTP calls, simple REST-based calls. And this is basically good for simplicity because in event-driven systems, you're dealing with events, and events, there's the event payload, and you are probably dealing with multiple types of events. So there's all that logic of reading the events, parsing the events, and then emitting the events. All that logic has to live within your microservices. Whereas in orchestration, your microservices can be just respond to simple REST calls, and it doesn't need to, the microservices, they don't need to have the event parsing logic, and that kind of simplifies your your microservices a little bit. And I will also show this when I show the demo application later. And the good news is that your services are still independent. They still are deployed independently. They can still be scaled independently. So you don't have to put them all together in a single monolith. They can all act independently, but you have the central orchestrator orchestrating things, which is the good thing. Now, on the other hand, in terms of disadvantages, a new orchestrator, it's a new service that you need to understand and you need to worry about, right? So that's, it's a given. It's another service in your system that you need to worry about. And it can be a single point of failure. I mean, hopefully you're using an orchestrator that's highly available and resilient and redundant and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, an orchestrator is another service that can fail. So you need to keep that in mind as you're using orchestrators. And since you are relying on REST calls, your services, they tend to be more tightly coupled when you're using an orchestrator because you don't have this flexibility of event-driven systems that comes with it. I mean, event-driven systems are more complicated, but they're more flexible. So you kind of lose that flexibility a little bit when you convert from event-driven to REST-based microservices. All right, so at this point, you might be wondering, okay, what do I use? Do I go with choreography or do I go with an orchestrated system? And the answer is, it depends, right? Like, I mean, in software engineering, everything is kind of like this. Everything, it depends on your use case. It depends on what you're trying to do. But as a general guideline, I feel like choreography, in other words, event-driven systems, are useful when you have services that are not closely related, right? So if you have services doing distinct things in your system and they don't really need to communicate with each other, they just need to do their work and just move on, then choreography or event-driven is usually better. And event-driven systems are also useful when you have services that can exist in different domains, basically. So, for example, let's say you have a notification service. That notification service can be in a checkout process, a checkout system, but it can also be part of some other system. And when you design this microservice as an event-driven microservice, then it's easy to use it in one context and also another context, right? You don't need to rewrite much. You just need to connect the service with the message broker. So if you're thinking of reusing services in different contexts, then I think event-driven is usually a better solution. On the other hand, orchestration is useful for use cases where you have a business logic, and the business logic is well-defined, so much so that you can define it in a flowchart. And if you can describe that in a flowchart, then it becomes a good candidate for orchestration. Because if it's a flowchart and that flowchart doesn't really change and you want to make sure that that flowchart executes in that way, then maybe you should start thinking about orchestration. Also, in cases where you have services that are closely related and they usually go together, then there is not much point making them event-driven. Because if you have 2 services or 3 services that usually go together in a certain order, then you might as well either call them directly, because they always call each other in that order, or better, use an orchestrator to make that call, right? And finally, if you don't want to deal with the complexity of event-driven systems and all the event parsing and event anything, all that kind of stuff, and you want to stay in pure HTTP REST-based solutions, then maybe orchestration is a good solution. So it really depends on where you are with your system and what you want to do. But hopefully these are general guidelines to give you an idea on when orchestration is useful and when choreography is useful. And you can also take a hybrid approach, right? So you can.
All right, hi everyone. Welcome back again. So earlier you have had a quick snapshot of what Amit's session, right? So I understand that unfortunately he couldn't join us today, but he has also kindly shared his link. So we thought that in order for all of you to enjoy this video that he has shared, at your own time and pace, we're going to share this link with all of you, right? So you will see the link being shared by GM Ambrose on the chat window. So I think what's next right now, we'd like to actually invite all of you to have a little social. But before that, may I invite all of you who are with us today Thank you for staying with us to the end of today's event. And we actually have a photo taking session that's lined up for us right now. So if you may actually follow GM per wheel, right, you can actually go down towards the south side of this event space where we have a GeekcampSG banner. Please join us over there. I'd like to take a little group photo with all of you before we wrap up with today's session. Okay, so I see many of you walking over. That's great. In case you are lost, feel free to find us any of the ones in GM prefixes, and we can guide you there. All right. So of course, we would like to invite all of you to turn on the cameras if possible, so we can also see each other in real life. Okay, cool. So I'm seeing many of you walking towards the banner, which is great. Yep. So stand around the banner, and you can face the front, and then we will actually take a group picture together.
Hello.
All right. I see many of us are gathering here, which is great.
You don't sell on the logo, JD. Wait.
Okay.
Okay. I think we can grab a photo.
Do we have everyone here already? I see there are still some people, Harish, Angara, GP, in case you guys are still sitting around on the chairs. Do join us at the photo taking area. Let me just quickly go and check out the social room to make sure no one else is there. Yeah. Okay, I think, hey, hi Aru, in case you are still here, we are taking a group picture, but you can join us outside. We're taking a group picture with the GeekCamp banner.
And let's try to position ourselves to not to block our contributors' logo. And if you cannot move, you can use the G to move.
Yeah, the G function allows you to kind of walk through anything you want, teleport through someone. Okay. And you can press the letter Z, the Z on your keyboard to dance. It's really cool. All right, final call. For those of you who would like to join us for the photo taking, yep, we are all at the GeekCamp banner. Please join us if you are available. All right, so I think we are doing this in a minute's time. We'll get everyone set up. In the meantime, we'd love to see your emojis, right? How you guys are feeling for today's event. If you're feeling happy. I don't think we have a set logo here. Or maybe we do. You go to edit, you can search for it. A set smiley face.
Let's be vibrant.
Let's be vibrant, yeah. Show a happy logo emoji. Yeah, try not to block the logos. I think we have the red hat logo being blocked. So just make sure you don't block the logo, yeah? Stand around the banners. Okay, cool. Okay, Ross, are we ready to take a picture? Okay, still setting things up. One more. Okay, great, thanks guys. Awesome, awesome. That was a great picture. Woohoo! All right, so as we wrap up today's event, right, I'm just going to share my screen over here. Once again, I'd like to call out to all our contributors. As you see on the list here, thank you very much to Chunkit, right, with Michael, Chion, Harish, Christopher, Thomas, right, for all your support and for making this event possible for all of us. Right. Also, like to take this opportunity to call out our streaming sponsor, ProLive, right, for making this event live stream possible. So in case you are not aware, today's event and all the talks are all recorded and also live streamed on YouTube. So it'll be made available on our YouTube channel. Right. So earlier we shared with all of you about the YouTube channel for GeekCamp. In case you need the link again, to reach out to any of the GMs here. Right. So just before we wrap up, right, I know some of you may decide to head off for the evening. For those of you who plan to head off, thank you so much for joining us today. So do bookmark the link for tomorrow's event. We will start, I believe, is at 8:30 a.m. sharp in the morning, right? And it'll be the same link as what we used today. So we'll see you here. And for the rest of us who like to stay on for social, right, do note that this event will actually be available for you to join us. This space will be open throughout the rest of tonight as well as to tomorrow. Feel free to hang around with all your friends that you meet here, and we'll spend the next maybe 30 minutes or so just with open socials, right? Feel free to hang around, check out the maps here. We do have some game masters that are planning to host some games in a social room, so join us in the other side. Yep. So with that said, thank you so much, everyone. For those of you who plan to join us, thank you.
You can feel free to explore the map.
Yep, feel free to explore this space that we have put up for everyone. Have some fun. And for those of you who like to join us for some games in the games room, we'll see you on the other side. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Singapore time. And thanks to all of you for joining us and also for our speakers today. We have another set of speakers lined up for tomorrow. So thank you very much. And once again, for those who want to continue with Meaty's talk, right, it's also posted by Ambrose on the chat window at the side here. You can continue his rest of his talk if you would like.
Thanks. Ooh. Hi, Sam.